82%. Oh, I like that.
Well,
Be a great name for a barbecue place. Okay. It is 8:30. I call this meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please everybody join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good Thursday morning. First day of the last month of the year. Can you believe we're already here? And just for the record, I want to see a show of hands of who's ready for summer today.
sure.
Let the record reflect that there's only 2 hands up currently.
That would be my minority.
Well, if we were truly voting on a motion, yes, it would be.
2 out of 3.
Yeah. Oh. Enjoy it while it lasts, because somewhere down the road in 2022, we'll pay for it today, one way or the other. So
Sundays.
That
Yes.
heat gets taken off of a day in January.
Exactly.
Right?
It's kind of like, for every cigarette a person smokes, it adds 7 minutes on to Keith Richards' life.
What was that?
Never heard that saying?
I hadn't heard that.
For every cigarette a person smokes, it adds 7 minutes on to Keith Richards' life.
Really, never heard of that. It's not bad.
Okay, well, on that note, I better stop digging this morning and move on to some public comments then. So don't see anybody up on Zoom. Well, I do. I see Vivian. I'm not assuming she has any comments to make this morning, probably. Anybody else from the chamber? No, nothing? Try so hard, but yet come up empty. That's the way it goes. So I'll go ahead and close off public comment then, and we'll move on to commissioner comments and start off with Commissioner McKinley.
Right, well, Tuesday, I met with Amanda Smeller and Bob Isaac, learning more about the land development regulations. The meeting was really helpful and cleared up some of the questions that I had before. And then Wednesday at noon, I attended the Military Relations Committee. The speaker was the Kansas Adjutant General, Major General Weishaupt. And his position is, the primary thing is he leads the Army and Air Force National Guard in Kansas. He also serves as the governor's Homeland Security Advisor and Director of Emergency Management for the state. Most of it was he kind of went through all the different things that National Guard does in the state and how they get called out, and, different things they've done to help. And then this evening, I attended the Riley County Extension Annual Meeting. Each of the extension staff gave a review of what's gone on in the last year. And the program was an early history of KSU and KSU horticulture by Chuck Marr. He's a good speaker. I've heard him before.
Mm-hmm.
He's entertaining, but also I learned a lot of strange details about early K-State.
Very interesting. He's one of my poll workers.
Oh, yeah. I did see him.
And just as a follow-up on the Jim Morrill Act that we talked about that granted the endowment for the university, that came from Senator Jim Morrill, who was a senator from the state of Vermont.
Oh.
It was signed on into legislation by Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president, whose birthplace county I just came back from on Tuesday.
Didn't realize the establishment in case they got up to such a rocky start as an
Yeah.
agricultural college. First 2 crops failed, 100 acres of wheat, they harvested 16 acres. Yeah, it was a rough start. It was very interesting, very educational.
If I remember correct, those first couple of summers and winters were not really advantageous to doing much of anything.
Really?
Those couple of years, it were extremely hot and the winters were extremely bad. And I'm not making up any excuses for the scenario maybe, but probably played a role in it.
And they didn't have
I
the
guess.
technology that we have nowadays,
Correct.
modified seeds and all that.
Right.
That's it.
Okay. Commissioner Foki.
Yeah, Tuesday, I also met with Amanda and Bob Isaac from the planning department to go over proposed changes and how to navigate the webpage. then well, we were running late, so I scheduled another session with Bob the next day.
Yeah.
So Wednesday, we went over land regulations. I covered on Tuesday, including the new driveway regulations for new residential construction, and also the short-term rentals, Airbnbs that are going to be added into the regulations. Then in the afternoon, I attended the Westwood Business Association meeting. They had free cookies from Hy-Vee, which was really cool. And the presentations included our RCPD Director Butler. And he talked about all the different crime statistics and training programs, kind of thing. He's really good at presentations. So, also Vicki James with the Food and Farm Council made a presentation on what they're doing in their survey. And,
Restaurant Champions program and
yeah,
trying to work on some compost solutions using some
Mhm.
business
they
districts.
have a lot of things coming up, and they're going to be bringing us a presentation sometime this, after the first of the year. I can't remember what she said, but anyway, also the manager of LEAP, which is owned by Genesis over in the Plaza West complex. They're going to be opening on December 10th. They have trampolines. We'll have trampolines, a 9-lane bowling alley, some food service with sandwiches. They're going to have a bar. And he said that they were really community oriented and that they offered to hold events for various groups in the community. I could have said a few things, but
I would have.
I didn't. I'll save that for later. And then I was unable to go to the extension meeting yesterday evening, because Wednesday night's church night for me. So, and I didn't get done in time to come over. Sorry to have missed it. That's it for me.
Okay, well, as for me, I'm gonna start off this morning by once again saying thanks to once again, John Ward, Sheriff, and Debbie Donnelly, Clerk in Hardin County, Kentucky, for their gracious Southern hospitality and providing a tour of their new government building facility Monday morning. Back in Kentucky, it's that time of the year. It's the end of the month, so lots of tags, lots of stuff going on. And it's the end of the month for their third tax payment of the year. They have it broken up down in 3. So lines, lots of lines there. Something I'm sure we're all used to. So them being able to provide that, I was certainly appreciative of this. I also need to give a thanks to Mark Peterson, Director, and Tim Carr, Assistant Director of Hardin County EMS, who also provided me with an impromptu tour. I just kind of showed up unannounced, and they were glad enough to give me a tour of their facility as well. Got some pictures and just some general information about both tours. At least from that perspective, provided some real depth and insight as we kind of develop some plans and strategies of our own for those 2 ideas moving forward. So it gave me something to kind of think about on the 9.5-hour trip back home. I too, on Monday afternoon, spoke with Amanda Smeller and Bob Isaac via Zoom from the planning department on some concerns and questions I had in regards to the land development regulations that they are proposing. And I think they're bringing back Monday for hopefully final approval. I thought that dialogue went really well. I had emailed them in advance, so they were aware of it. So they probably had a chance to kind of research that a little bit. And I guess we'll see what happens on Monday. But from my perspective, after our last conversation, I seem to be pretty comfortable with where we're at this point in time. Though I still have a couple of things I want to review just in case. And that may come up Monday unexpectedly. I'm still trying to get caught up on everything from this last week. So it's going to take me the weekend to probably get to it, but we'll get there. So Tuesday, I drove all the way back home from Kentucky, got back into town about mid-afternoon, spent some time trying to get caught back up to speed on several things and some of the things leading up to this morning's meeting, long meeting day. It'll go well, I'm sure. So, and I too, last night attended the Riley County Extension annual meeting, the Sunset Zoo. Much like everything in 2021, I was very happy to see this event back in person once again. Though it was a little different than it was in 2019. They didn't have all the 4-H students and kids there this time. I kept it kind of a little bit more smaller and quaint, which probably works out. You could probably separate that and do most of those when they have their 4-H awards and meetings. So that kind of segregated that a little bit. So, but I thought it went very, very well. Can never go wrong when the farmhouse is catering the event. So, new K-State president this morning, apparently at 10 o'clock.
Sounds like.
I'm gonna try to pull that up while we're in meeting here and kind of pay attention to that and try to watch it as well. I can't be in person. And did I see men won last night?
They do.
Women are off to a pretty good start.
Mhm.
Women's volleyball got a bid to the NCAA tournament as well. So
Surprising.
yeah, I'm very, very happy for them on that. They had quite a kind of an up and down season, particularly through conference. So it's good to hear. So
Conference.
yeah, it's. And I guess I could mention, I did watch that catastrophe in Austin last Friday as well. Particularly that second half was just hurts my eyeballs thinking about it, being honest with you. But got a bowl game on the horizon, so we still have something to look forward to, I guess. And I guess with that, that's really about all I've got this morning.
Business commissioners?
Let's do it.
First item I have CIP project amendment form for a new ambulance for EMS ambulance department for the purchase approved on November 29th, 2021. $5,000 increase.
And I will point out one thing there too, while taking my tour in Hardin County, they've got the exact same issue. They've got a box, can't get the chassis for it. They're in the same boat. So I think we're struggling along with that. It's happening everywhere. So just thought I'd point that out. Yeah.
How to be in the ambulance business.
Yeah, really, yeah. Or at least they're dealing with Osage too on this. So yeah, same issue. So they're like, well, at least you guys are lucky. At least you have some information or direction to go. We have no idea when it's going to happen. If you show me the box, it's literally sitting on cinder blocks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Up on, the ambulance is up on blocks.
Yeah. So
I think Kentucky comment there.
yeah. There was no burnt couches inside of it, so we can leave that one alone. Yeah. No raccoons or squirrels or anything dead underneath it either. If you want to elaborate.
Okay, I would make a motion to approve signing the amendment form for the ambulance purchase approved on November 29th, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the amendment to CIP project for ambulance purchase. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, sign please.
Ooh, probably a little rusty here.
You didn't sign everything?
I did actually came in Tuesday and did that immediately to get that contract taken care of. Yeah. I was doing this all day, so I had a little hand exercise.
Next, I need a motion to approve retail dealers 2022 license and application for Chad Myers, Stag Hill Golf Club, and that's for cereal malt beverage.
Yeah, move to sign the retail dealers cereal malt beverage license for the Stag Hill Golf Course.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on approval of a retail dealer license for cereal malt beverages for Stag Hill Golf Club. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman in 2 spots, please.
One of these.
Next, I need a motion to approve the tax roll corrections.
Yeah, what, these look like exempt, one of them, they're exempt.
No stone unturned is probably a 501c3, so they would be tax exempt.
What do they do? Do they know?
No stone unturned.
So
They provide behavioral and some other special needs type services. I think they're out there just
they bought that on
Cross, yeah.
church.
across from the Corps of Engineers there. So that was
Yeah, that's
originally,
right.
yeah, we
That's right.
approved
That's
that.
why they came in and did a presentation to the board.
That was back early in the spring, so
Okay.
this is probably the difference of that status, because it was originally on the tax roll, and then now it's a 501c3.
Okay,
but it
they've
is
got
not.
that, they were
Right.
going through the approval process then, okay.
In terms of the one for the city, I have no idea on that one.
Museum of Automotive, that would be, the auto thing over in Plaza West. Auto Museum, looks like, on Anderson.
Well, it says Grandmere Village,
Yeah,
Vanessa Drive.
that's the drive.
I wonder if it's the full amount. So I
Oh,
wonder
that's
if it's
the fire station. It's the fire station.
Mhm.
Ah, okay.
Okay,
So why wasn't it exempt to begin with? Why, it looks like originally there was a small portion of it that wasn't.
Never know, sometimes just like the organization we haven't heard back from, they just fail to get the paperwork in
No.
sometimes.
Okay.
And maybe they got the paperwork in on part of it since part of it wasn't, and then hadn't finalized the other part.
Okay, next one's that.
home care hospice, same situation on that, probably
They're across the street from that. but that'd be
across the
the-
street.
I don't think that'd be the same parcel, would it? It's usually, the parcels are usually divided by
That's not
street,
city.
so, yeah.
This is City.
Yeah, the hospice is.
The hospital actually has a national foundation
Yeah.
too, so if there was a tax correction, it'd come through that.
I would make a motion to approve the tax roll corrections.
Well, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on approval of tax roll corrections. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, please.
Next, I have Raleigh County personnel action forms for Alyssa Graven, on-call juvenile intake, community corrections, separation of service, and Dee Dee Brokish, new hire as new museum assistant, museum department. Morning, Sam. Commissioners, I need a motion to approve accounts payable and payroll.
I would make a motion to sign the accounts payable. Payroll.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded on approval of accounts, payroll and accounts payable. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All three, two documents, please. Ready for the minutes when the board is.
Everybody have minutes pulled up and ready to go? Okay, we'll go ahead then and start off at page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6.
I have a question. Number 14, on public notice that the transfer station being closed at noon. It says to comply with our contract with Ham. What's that?
Ham's is a contract operator that takes care of all the trash out there.
People that haul it off.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
They have
that.
specific days and times in the contract where they're closed. So we have to-
Match
we have to follow that.
match their, okay.
And Ham is spelled right too.
You know, I know. I've been around here for a long time. All right, just. That's all.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that.
One question?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was it.
That's fine. Okay, so anything else on page 6? And then lastly, page 7.
I would make a motion to approve the minutes from November 29th, 2021.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on approval of the minutes from the Riley County Commissioners' regular meeting, November 29th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
The tentative agendas with commissioners.
Good. Looking just a little outward on tentative agendas, I am having us cancel our city, county. We're gonna have a special law board meeting in around that same time, so. Us from having to rush. I didn't see any topics on the topic list, and I didn't think of anything that was really privy to discuss here as we start to be closer to Christmas at that point in time. So we can pick everything back up at the beginning of the year.
Any items for next week's press conference, commissioners?
I have nothing.
Okay, next we have Julie Gibbs at 9:00.
Do have some personnel action forms
No, Tuesday was the deadline.
that we must have missed for your signature.
Okay.
These also would be great.
Where have I been?
I don't know. They're all from that- they're all from one day.
Holy cow.
I know, we had a really big day that day.
Oh, that's going back to.
Yeah,
okay.
it's from the
Yeah,
4th, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I was just going through the payroll folder and noticed they were missing signatures.
I'm gonna predate them on that same day if that's all
I
right.
think that's appropriate, yeah. I think, was that when you, I think you were here, but virtually.
Yes.
Yeah, so I went ahead and processed them because you had approved them, like the whole group had approved them.
Right,
but,
okay.
I think appropriately, you just sent it back.
Yeah, I remember coming back and asking if I had anything else to sign, and I was told No.
Yeah, I don't know how, somehow, we just jumped a step, I guess.
What comes that, just on the show. Rose.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Oh, nice. Oh, thank you.
Commissioner, you guys all got that email on the RCP, well, that you're like. Yeah. That I sent. Did you get?
I can't hear you with all the background noises.
Did you get it?
Yes.
Have any questions or need any additional information?
No, I followed up with both parties, let them know where we're at on Raleigh County side with that, so.
If you need anything else, just let me know.
Okay. That was, well before
It
Thanksgiving.
was before Thanksgiving, but since we had the holiday and everything, I hadn't checked in with you.
No, I didn't remember anything recently, but
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Had to do with percentages.
Yeah. Maybe it'll get better next time. Yeah.
this week.
Yeah, it's kind of-
Actually, it's probably close to 2.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm trying to help my daughter. Get together with my daughter, and she's having a hard time. Yeah, well, closing's next week. And she hears from the title companies, that's what happened. They hadn't even looked at it. She's forgetting.
Been in there for, I think it was an actual zoo event right after it opened. It's been like 2013, 2014. That's the last time I'd been there. They had it decorated up nice for the holiday. I thought it was pretty festive.
Okay, yeah.
Festive first.
Good, yeah, I mean, it's not hard
I think
It's all the plans.
Yeah.
All right, okay,
Yeah.
Get it.
all right. Surprised went through all that stuff.
And I wonder, that's sitting kind of off on the, I mean, it's sitting back a little bit, but you have that such a steep ledge right there. I've always wondered about that. No shift or something, just one day out of the clear blue.
Oh, okay, no problem.
It ends up down in Redbud.
Okay, trying to figure out.
Yeah.
how to scale, but-
Yeah, I know.
So I was telling the couple we were sitting with over there that I remember when that was just a couple of animal barns and storage facilities, and there was a big field, and then we had a parking lot back there where you could park if you're a junior or senior and walk over to the high school when I was there. Yeah. Long time ago now.
Hope you don't get that call. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Hey, John.
he's over there in the corner somewhere.
Oh, it's a new guy. Right.
Good morning, Evan. How are you? Good. Welcome to Raleigh County.
Is that yours,
I'm
Catherine?
excited for you to be here.
Maybe,
You're gonna introduce.
but dude, it was a long time. I thought I got this.
I didn't print it.
I thought I had this.
You can do it right.
Maybe so, maybe.
Okay. I know I didn't print it. It was there when I came in Tuesday too, so it's been sitting there.
What?
It's no longer hot off the press, but it's not.
Thanks, Julie.
Just real quick, I want to introduce you to Evan McMillan. He is our new Assistant Public Works Director and County Commissioner Ford, McKinley, and Ms. Folke. Rich Fargo is the county clerk, and Clancy Holman is our county counselor.
Evan, welcome aboard. Glad to have you. I know John is.
Very much. Be here.
He's actually smiling and laughing this morning, so yeah.
Day one.
Day one, that'll change.
I guess it happens fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, John didn't scare him up the first day, so it's a good start. Welcome aboard, Evan.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, it is 9 a.m. So I will go ahead and make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health.
No second.
Been moved and seconded on that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, good
Okay.
morning.
Mhm.
I'm here once again with a request for approval to fill a position. Erin Price has resigned and her last day is next Friday. So we'd like to get this up and moving. We have a search committee together. So we're ready to get some candidates in. So that is my request that I'm coming here with. But I also wanted to, and you can see from my discussion, kind of plant a seed as to what we're thinking about. The last 10 years, we've had 5 different supervisors in this position. So we know there's an issue there. In discussing this with Erin and with some of our seasoned nurses who have been there for 10 years or longer, there's a lot that's involved in her job description. So the job description that you have in front of you isn't probably half of what Erin does. I know in years past, more than 10 years ago, they used to have an office manager in the clinic to supervise the medical clerks and also to do some of the day-to-day, mainly with the clerical staff. So we looked at that job description. We're still looking at it, still analyzing it. I've added some things to it, including the HIPAA compliance, which, as you know, this has been moved from person to person and it does belong in the clinic. About 10 years ago, that was a job duty that was listed under the office manager position. And that in and of itself could be a part-time or even a full-time position. So my thought is that this person, which we would probably call the clinic coordinator, would be more of the day-to-day scheduling the clinics, doing a lot of the back-end information, the stuff that Erin does, but probably on her off time. She does a lot of nights and weekends. Erin would then be more big picture. She would be reporting on the grants, writing the grants, and still overseeing as a supervisor. So that is our thought right now. Hopefully that will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We're hoping that will help with retention with our supervisor, but also help with retention with our nurses as well, because we've had some turnover there as well. And that would hopefully take some of the items off their plate so that they can focus more on patient care. We do need to be more focused on patient care, including our clinics. So we have yet to have that position description analyzed, but that's kind of what we're looking forward to. So I'll probably be back in front of you with that request down the road. Any questions on that?
So basically, you're taking your office manager and kind of reconfiguring. Are you still going to hire for that position, or that position is going to fold into this new position?
So what we'd like to do is we'd like to.
Please.
Yeah. Commissioners, Elizabeth Ward, Riley County Human Resource Manager. What we would like to do is fill this position because Erin is leaving
Right.
on Friday and we can't leave the clinic without any
Sure.
direction, right? But ideally, some of these responsibilities that the clinic supervisor is doing and the previous office manager was doing would fold into one coordinator position so that the clinic supervisor actually could oversee all operations of the clinic, and the coordinator would oversee the day-to-day, the staffing, the management of the team, the logistics, the supplies, the inventory, those kinds of things that right now the actual supervisor is doing, and we are not able to keep that person in because they're working, honestly, we've analyzed her hours. She's working a minimum of 60 to 70 hours every week. And that's part of the big reason.
But
Obviously,
you're not adding new personnel, you're just kind of
well,
incorporating.
They're adding a new person.
we actually are adding a new person because the office manager position has not been filled since the MCH moved away from the clinic. MCH and the clinic were one, and that position moved away. So she would actually eventually, today we're not asking for a new position. She will intend to ask for a new position. And she's also been evaluating her own budget to see where that return on investment is best used. And maybe we can slide some things out of what is currently being funded into this new position because we feel like that's going to have the biggest impact on the health department. So she is looking at funding options, but we would eventually ask for a new position.
We do have enough funding. Shelley's been creative, as she usually is, with the ELC funding. We've been able to switch some things over. For instance, testing supplies, we haven't needed as much funding for the testing supplies as we thought we would, so we could move that into another category. We could fund this position for a year, for the next year, but we wouldn't be able to fund it with the ELC funding beyond that year. So we're looking at ways to.
So that's likely, at this point, it's still a working project, but at this point, that's likely going to be the request is to have this new position funded by these funds for 1 year and ask the commissioners for support in the ongoing. But again, we haven't finalized everything. We don't have a pay grade yet. We don't want it to be an office manager. We don't want this to be kind of a clerical duties only. We want them to take on some of those responsibilities from the coordinator, or excuse me, from the supervisor, so that they actually give some relief to the supervisor.
Okay.
So to clarify, today we're asking to refill the position as is, as Erin is currently performing it at the same pay grade, and go ahead and open the position so we're not without supervision for extended period.
Is this one that we have an ideal candidate internally? Or are we gonna have to go externally?
Potentially, but yeah, I think we might have to go
Okay.
externally. Yeah. And I did change one thing that I did change with the position description is the title from nursing supervisor to clinic supervisor. Really, that should have been changed a long time ago.
But
Yeah.
also then we are asking to open it externally and inviting internal candidates to apply.
Okay. I would tell you that this is a pretty vital position given the circumstances right now, so we need to probably out of all the openings right now, I would say this is probably the most important given the dynamics, so we probably need to get on it as quick as possible.
And looking at it, I had questions, but my question was, why are we losing so many? But it looks like you did try to look into that to see what the problems are, and try to work on it. So,
I think that's a really important question. That
Yeah.
really affects the
yeah,
functioning.
that much turnover, that something needs to be fixed there.
Yeah.
So that's good. Good to work on that.
Good motion, commissioners.
I move to approve the request to fill the clinic supervisor position.
I would second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on approval to make a request to fill the clinic supervisor position. All those in favor? Aye.
All three sign, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
I think that you pretty much had turnover at all the head departments now, haven't you, in the last 2 years? It's,
Yeah.
people don't understand that sometimes,
Yeah.
honestly. So,
Well, and it has been a difficult period of time, right? But I think what's important to note is that this turnover in this position, we were able to track back over 3 different health department administrators. So we really feel like this is the position, not the administrator, nor the COVID situation.
And I think you got some good information from the outgoing candidate
We
as well.
definitely did. She
To
gave
help
us,
understand, and so.
yeah, she did.
Well, I am glad that she's moving over to Lafine, is that right? So at
Not
least,
too far.
her working efforts will stay local, even though it's
Yeah.
not with us.
Well, and
That is a
she
silver lining.
said she'd remain kind of a professional advisor and kind of someone we could knock ideas off of, so I think
Okay,
that'd be a good relationship.
I have her cell phone.
Yeah, she gave her.
For actual cell phone or just the number?
No, the number.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because.
Yeah, we did everything we could to keep her, but not
Yeah.
personal property.
Okay, that's good to know, good to know. Okay,
Thank you, Commissioners.
thank you.
Thank you.
With that said, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commission.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded on that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next, commissioners, we have Michael Bowler at 9:15.
Okay.
It's a pleasure to meet you guys. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
No offense.
Not gonna miss much.
No, they're finished. Oh, wait, do you remember? Sure. Okay. That's the- Second one is, resolution of the- A couple people reach out. That's this one.
Oh, good.
Clarify some times.
That's a good thing.
There is, yeah, there is.
Good.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, we did one in the one that I suggested. Sometimes you're in a situation, somebody tells you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just want to make it clear, well, if that happens, we understand.
Yeah, this person's gonna be, at least the first couple of years. Gonna be some ideas, generate some thoughts, innovation moving forward.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that works. Thank you. Everything go good with the dentist?
Yeah.
Okay.
As good as such things can go.
Well, you're still talking, you've got all your teeth, so.
Yeah. Well, in a few months anyway, I'll be chewing for several months on one side.
And talking out the others, and that's a scary thought.
Imagine that. I'm not getting an implant. I've never, two implants. I've never had that before.
Are those the ones that just set in there, or is the ones they have to actually drill in?
And it's that.
Okay.
With replacement of cadaver bone.
Most everything I do at the dentist, I do without Novocaine, but that one I think I would probably want.
Yeah, they gave me the choice. And I said, no, I want to actually be under while driving to the procedure.
I need to end the day before, so I don't get too.
I don't even want to hear anything that's going on.
Please tell me you're gonna call an Uber or use a bus or something for that,
My wife
please.
is a-
Oh, okay. That was gonna be my other option there.
Yeah, I've got transportation. It's kind of funny because they traced the problem, the teeth are possible. One of the things for this particular thing that happens is from trauma of some kind. And they couldn't ever figure out trauma is that I could never remember. Then as we talked about it, it only occurred to me during this last year. I said, you know, in college I practiced teaching training in Taekwondo, and I got knocked out by a roundhouse kick, the mastoid sinus, and
That also explains quite a bit of other things too, for that matter.
you think so? Who are you and why are you here?
Yeah. Noted for evaluation time. Okay, Mike, you're up.
Good morning, Mike Bowler with the Noxious Weed Department with the monthly staff update. This month is going to be fairly brief. We've completed all of our spraying operations for the year, and our trucks have been converted over for snow removal. Knock on wood, we've had a great year with weather so far. As you're aware, we haven't had any call outs, which was different than the year prior. Mowing has been completed this week. We're actually going to be out today and probably tomorrow cleaning up a few intersections. As you are well aware, we mow out clear of the fence line, and we've really done a good job getting all the way out to the fence this year. I've got some comments that citizens are very happy about that. Our next vegetation management work will be tree and brush control. We're going to be working on Wildcat Creek Road. We do that in cooperation with Public Works. It's kind of a fairly big operation to get all the trucks and the grapplers and everything out there. And then if we have time and the weather permits, we're probably going to get to more of some of the remote areas. In particular, hoping to try to focus on University Park. They've got some concerns of some eastern red cedars starting to encroach on the roads a little bit. So fingers crossed we'll be able to get some of those taken care of this year, again, weather permitting. On the HHW side, we do have another community cleanout Saturday, December 11th. They always occur the second Saturdays of the month. So it's fairly easy to remember. It's from 8 to noon, and no business waste or truckloads will be accepted. And again, that's very popular. 60, 70, 80 people in that 4-hour span take advantage of that. So very popular. Along that same line, we do have some recycled paint. That has been wildly popular now because a bucket of paint, I think, is going for $40 or $50 a gallon at some places. And so we do still offer our paint for free. And it's been going out the front door like gangbusters. And we do currently have some, but we sell out, if you will, within a couple of days. So if anybody needs paint. And then the next big thing at the end of the year, we're going to be having our Big Lakes Regional HHW Board of Directors meeting, which we serve 10 other counties, and they're all members of the Big Lakes region where we accept their HHW. And this is the time of year we set the budget for the upcoming year. Happy to announce that it would appear that our budgets are going to be flat for that again, which the rising cost of disposing of HHW material, I'm pretty happy that we'll be having a flat budget. We did redo the census. Our budget is based on census, and there's a few counties, Pot County, and one in particular, which will be paying a little bit more of the budget this year for the Big Lakes region. But that fairly short report. We've just been mowing and finishing up with our spraying, and now it's time to really start focus on processing lots of material at the HHW facility. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Next commissioners, you have Greg McHenry at 9:30. Break.
Nancy.
No, it's really good real estate in front of
Craig might actually be a better resource for me to ask and find out because that stuff he does on all of it.
How you doing, sir?
All right, how are you?
Not too bad.
Yeah, for those lunch you do.
Like questions after that.
Yeah.
Had department head. So, need a little more pay.
Sounds like if we were talking mid to upper seventies. Crazy.
It is nuts.
Even next week, it's 49, that's for December, it's, that'd be like,
Wonder if we won't pay for it. You know,
yeah, February can be rough,
to this day, year to year, that average temperature doesn't vary much, you know,
yeah.
so. How's that new grandbaby doing?
He's, gosh, was 4 weeks old now. He's trying to roll over on his own and sit up, and he's a determined young guy,
That's good.
yeah.
That's good. He's healthy.
Looks like he'll be long. Long arms, long legs, fingers.
Yeah, it's all.
He's 6'1", 6'2", something like
Jess is how tall?
that. 5'11".
That's where he'll get his height from. They generally say from the mom's side.
Yeah.
That kid will be. He'll be 6'4" to minimum. I'll bet you.
I'm thinking he will too,
Well, they generally say, I've kind of watched it, that boys tend to be on average about 5 inches taller than mom. And I've looked at a lot of people that I know, and it's kind of that way.
yeah. And every generation seems to get a little taller too, you know. My dad's taller than his dad, I was taller than him. You know, my boys are taller than me.
So if you look at their height compared to mom's height, it's pretty close generally.
Yeah.
If you think about it, and I just think of other couples that I know. That's true.
Yeah.
Guys in Riley County used to say, you know, kids were young, you know. Kids that was. So you just want to marry a tall one. You know, when it comes to basketball.
I'm built like my mom's dad a lot, quite a bit. And mom was she was a sprint champion in Denver when she was growing up. And so the sprinter, my grandpa was big, strong, break your hand when you hit, shake his hand, stuff like that. You know, big bones, but not big bones like my dad is or like my brother is. You know, they both have bigger bones and kind of a little bit stockier frames. Dad was really, really strong all my life.
I like that time.
Thank you. The fourth brother seller. We tend to go out there once or twice a year and sell the. I know, that's why I only go there. Yeah, I love them to death, but.
One?
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Got an extra one.
I actually got one.
You got one?
Yeah, one of my friends. Thank you.
A basketball poster, Greg, so.
Oh, sure.
I'll bet it's, after the front, second floor.
Oh, okay.
One for home, one for my house, so Rich has got the other one.
I was kind of surprised to see them. Yeah, she's English, you know, he's
Yeah, they
different.
start so many programs. I like.
I can see he's different than Bruce can come and do everything. He is a little more limited. But, and they're similar size, you know, so.
I don't, that's one instance where I don't, but I can start from.
I do
Teams
too.
across the nation, you know, he could be a starter here if Deuce wasn't here, doesn't. That would be much further off either, because he runs hard.
Yeah, the right program and right fit would be great. Chicago, I don't know if it's, I would say surprised me, or I'm disappointed. But get the sense from some of the folks up there that they really wanted to incorporate him more this year, but it just wasn't maturity wise and mentally quite there.
He's a sophomore,
Yeah.
and he's another one with enough reps, enough practice, he can start places too.
Yeah.
I like his running style, he's a bigger back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was disappointed to hear that. I was disappointed to hear it, because I really liked it.
There's a kid from Junction City that I saw play in high school, started 3 years. Gibbons, he's a true freshman this year. He's got some potential, but more of a raw product.
I heard about that kid, sounds like he's quite an athlete.
Yeah, he is.
What about this running back from Derby? His dad already has K-State ties.
It sounds more and more like he's wanting to come here too.
That's what I'm hearing.
He sounds like a great kid too.
Comes from a real good family. His dad was a good running back here back in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Leon?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Leon Edwards. His son plays for Derby, and they lost badly the championship game.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I've never
40
seen results with
44-21 or something to Blue Valley Northwest. Boy, yeah, that's what I did too. It wasn't like a last second, score or something. I mean, they laid an egg. I was shocked. Yeah. They're coached by a former K-Stater too. Okay, well, great. Yeah. Hopefully we're doing better than last month.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, my first PT appointment later today, and I'm looking forward to getting rid of those metal legs over there.
Good deal. Good deal.
Maybe in a week or two, I'll be able to ditch them. It's that time of year, believe it or not, when we are getting ready to set 22 values. Our team will start that next week, actually. But in advance of that, and actually off and on throughout this month, our appraisers will be very busy doing data collection of the new construction properties. And, we see new homes built particularly in the southwest and the northwest parts of Manhattan. But there is a heck of a lot of new construction on the commercial side too that's been going on. And so our commercial team, we have 2 people doing the data collection for that right now. We'll be very, very hard pressed to get that done even by the end of the month. But we'll be putting in some extra time and getting that done. And of course, the good thing from your all's perspective is that's a new value, not existing value that's added to the tax roll, and that's always a good thing. As I mentioned, we'll be starting what we call our final review process for 22, which is essentially our appraisers choosing values for each of the properties that they're responsible for. And when you think about it, we have 26,000 parcels. Our residential appraisers all average between 42 and 4,200 parcels apiece. So that's a lot of work facing them here between now, really next week, I guess. And I think our cutoff is the first couple of days of February. We're still planning to mail our notices February 15th, which is 2 weeks earlier than the state mandate. And I've talked before about the reasons that's helpful, I think, to Rich and his office and all the taxing entities that are involved when the mill levies are set. But it looks like we'll be able to meet that goal. As we're choosing those values, I'll talk in a little bit about our sales ratio, but values, especially on the residential side, will be going up. I think most people in our community are familiar with the very active market that we've had throughout the pandemic, really through 20 and 21 both. And so those values will reflect that market and the need to get our ratio up. And we'll talk about that here in a bit. We've also begun doing payment under protest appeals. And if you remember, we have property owners have to choose one of 2 routes if they want to appeal their value. And we always encourage them to use the first alternative, which is what we call the informal appeals that are available to them when they get their notice of value in the spring. That way, if there are corrections that need to be done, they're done before the tax rolls are set, levies are set, that type of thing. But if they don't take that option and they still would like to appeal their value, when they make their first half property tax payment later in the fall, and of course the deadline is December 20th, they can file what we call a payment under protest form, and that just simply gives them an informal appeal with our office, same type of appeal that would have occurred in the spring. We typically have about 75 or so of those every year, and a majority of those are usually commercial. But we've started to see a few, and we're starting to hold those appeals as well. The numbers probably won't grow until we get very close or slightly past that December 20th timeframe. We only have a handful so far, but I would expect 75 to 80 probably again this year. And we try to wrap those up by at least mid-January. Excuse me. Personal property forms are going to be mailed December 30th. And those are statements of what a person filed with our office the previous year. This could be a mobile home, could be business personal property, golf carts, ATVs, all those things that are personal property that are taxable on our tax roll. We send them a list of what they filed with us in 21, and they need to verify whether they still have it or not, whether the information is accurate, whether they've added anything or sold anything, and then send that back to us by mid-March. So we'll be mailing those out soon. Our personal property team's staying very busy getting prepared for that and handling the calls that we get since tax bills have gone out. We do have 2/3 of our personal property team virtually brand new. We lost about 60 years of experience between 2 retirements here in the last 18 months. But the new crew is great, and Julianne has done a great job of stepping up into the supervisor role and training them, and they're excited about working here. And so we're hoping to do everything we can to retain them and develop them and keep them plugged in. But they're definitely getting tested in the fire right now with tax season and the upcoming mailing. We're expecting to get our 2022 ag use land values from PVD within the next 2 weeks. I would be a little surprised if we don't have them by next Friday. I think that's kind of their goal. And as you remember, the ag land values are basically calculated by a combination of work from Kansas State's KSU's ag econ program and the state. And those are distributed to each county. And we don't have any say-so or participation in terms of what the values are. Those are set by the state, but we plug them in, and it's based on an 8-year rolling average. I expect those values will probably be pretty flat this year. We're finally starting to see some of the down years from the ag economy affect that average. So I don't expect much of an increase, if any, when we get them, but those should be coming soon. We've had 1,536 real estate sales in 2021. We actually broke our record about a month and a half ago. So, and we're still getting a lot of sales coming in. Typically this time of the year, there would be a slowdown, and there hasn't been much of a slowdown at all this fall, and even so far this early winter. But 1,536 is a good number for our county. And 1,341 of those were actually home sales. The median sale price for homes is still at $205,000. I think that's what it was last month as well. I would expect that would probably stay pretty flat the rest of this year. Average sale price went up a little bit, $227,825, and we've had 359 building permits. That's a little better number than we've seen as well. And our median sales ratio is currently 90%. And I talked about that a little bit earlier. That's cause for concern. We have never been below 97% since in my tenure, and typically we're about 98%. So that tells you how much ground we're going to have to make up here with these 22 values. The threshold is 90% to 110.
So I knew some.
Yeah.
Amendments, but just hanging on.
Yeah, and we've never been over 100. We don't want to be over 100.
Yeah.
We have an ample amount of sales. There's no reason we should, unless the economy does something really weird. There's no reason that we should be over 100, but we need to be, and typically are, within 2 or maybe 3 percentage points of 100 on the lower side. So and when we set our values last year, we were 97%. So, just in the short period of time between October and January, that market has grown, 8-10% in a lot of cases. We do have some neighborhoods that may see a little bit greater than 10% increases. But their homes are being bid up over the asking price, all kinds of crazy things going on. And so it's another symptom. I always try to remind people that it's another symptom of the not a problem, but the scenario that we have here in Riley County and Manhattan, which is there's historically been greater demand than there is supply. And I think that's still the driving force. It's really as simple as that. So we still have quite a list of BOCC cases. As you know, we were denied on a reconsideration for the 2018 Home Depot. Clancy and myself and Mike Montoya are going to be meeting via Zoom next week to talk about alternatives to pursue at the next level or not, what the pros and cons would be, those types of things. And I think Clancy will probably get back with you after that meeting and kind of give particularly Mike's insights There have been some other cases from other counties on some big boxes that have come through in the meantime. They haven't been favorable either. I think what a lot of people are waiting for is some sort of change in the tenure with the new board and the possibility that a county has the case that is the best case to go forward. And we'll discuss ours and the merits of ours next week and get back with you.
Looking at that list, right in September, we had 14. I'm counting 26. So in 3 months, we've almost doubled.
Yeah.
So just,
yeah.
If you think this isn't going to take off and spread like wildfire, there's your proof right there.
Well, are all these based on the dark store area?
Of that list, everyone but all but the hotels are that would be the case. Yeah. There are 3 hotel properties, I think, on the list, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Those would not be, the others would be.
It just seems that some of these, would have been affected, and some of this covered by some of the art money or some of the, or they're not.
Property
due
tax
to
doesn't,
COVID or
I mean, you can't
anything
use
like that.
property tax to offset
Yeah.
federal funds to offset that. I mean, this is strictly a value to value discussion. They've been approached by those same attorneys and they're rolling the dice and taking their chances.
It's kind of,
They're not rolling their dice. There's no
Well,
cost to them.
it's low hanging fruit for them right
Yeah.
now. That's exactly right.
Right
And
now,
my understanding is, yeah, they aren't paying anything to do this. The
No.
attorneys are all betting that they're gonna win the case and get their payment afterwards.
Yeah.
Contingencies.
Yeah.
In some cases, they're hoping that the counties will decide to settle. But if not, they are in a position now where, they don't worry about going to Bodo and losing because they generally aren't. Yeah. Rich?
Have you seen either locally or even more broad, even on a national level, where it's starting to go into other markets, i.e. large apartment complexes?
Yeah, we had one 2 years ago here, a large apartment complex that filed and then withdrew maybe a month later. And they were wanting to test those waters. And I had some frank conversations with them and they decided to pull out, to dismiss. But across the country, we're starting to see more of not just a Menards or Home Depot or Target, but fast food franchises, chain restaurants. So it's starting to grow. Yeah.
but you do have one on here, Icon Properties, that says 3 parcels. Is that?
Yeah, that is, let's see, Icons, there are 3 parcels downtown. That would not be
That's not.
a dark store, yeah. So there are 4 on that list then that would not be dark store. Yeah, and if you notice, most of those are 20. We have a 2019, I think, on one, but most of those are 20 appeals. And we're starting to add 21 to some of the same properties, which is another kind of tactic of the tax reps. They like to try to put more pressure, more leverage on the counties by having multiple years under appeal. And, that the downside to the counties is if you lose, it's quite a bit of interest for different
County
years.
pays only, not the other taxing jurisdictions.
Exactly.
And in a case like 19, or most of these are 20, those budgets have already been developed, discussed, passed, spent, and audited. So it comes out of this year's funds.
At, I believe it's 8% interest. Yeah.
Well, you were saying something about that people were waiting to a change of tenure on the Bodo board. Are there some going off or?
Yeah, it's a good question. There are 2 that have been appointed by the governor who are new and are sitting on the board of CPA and the attorney position. The certified appraiser position hasn't been filled. And that's going to be quite a debate, I'm sure, in the spring legislative session. In my humble opinion, she put a great candidate up the first time, Robin Marks. He's done work for both sides. Very high character, very experienced, very
Vivian, can you hear us? Just want to make sure we're back up.
She's on for a test.
She may be there. Just
She
want to make sure.
might be there, just stepped away.
Yeah.
Did something.
Make sure we're back to where we were.
Sure.
Hey, good time. There's a break right after this too. Hey.
We've got an executive session.
Yeah. We're just gonna stay down here then.
Thanks.
I was too close to a dentist noise. This
Excuse me?
out here.
I know.
Voice just reminding Clancy what he's about to go through.
Oh, that's about what they use too.
I think that one out there's probably smaller.
Might be.
Probably so.
I'm just wondering if he'll be all wired shut.
It's your dream scenario.
We can make some calls.
Who's your dentist again?
It's unusual for an implant to need to have your jaw wired.
For 8 months consecutively. Send a survey monkey poll to everybody in the
No,
office and
no.
make sure they're on board with it too.
No, don't do that.
Construction or heater something. Construction.
Man, you've been in this building for too long, haven't you?
There's no light here was making that noise for you to discuss.
Yeah.
Have we heard anything yet?
Hadn't
Haven't
started yet.
started yet.
They're restarting about right now.
Should be.
Do you have the Zoom on?
Yeah, I've got-
Oh, you've got the
We
Zoom.
both did.
Oh, okay.
I said, look over, oh, we got the same thing, I'm trying to find it. It says waiting for them to
I
start.
figured I'd start right at 10 because I didn't figure they'd probably get to it right on time.
Yeah.
There it goes.
It's hard to do.
Just went on.
You ready, commissioners?
Yeah, go ahead, Amanda.
All right, good morning, commissioners. Amanda Smaller, Planning Director. I have our monthly update to cover what we were up to in November and what we're looking forward to in December. So of course, always start with the land development regulations. Obviously, you folks are well familiar with that at this point. It will be back before you on Monday, this coming Monday at 11 a.m. We have a good block of time to discuss it further, answer more questions, and hopefully get it adopted that day. I want to thank all of you for individually spending some time with us in the planning department this week, getting some questions answered, hopefully getting a little bit more clarification for you folks. I know it's definitely a very large project and there's a lot of moving parts to it. So again, we're really happy that you folks took some time to come see us. And I want to encourage, we still have a few more days. So please, if you have any other questions, comments, concerns, please come see us. We are here, to do that for you. So just let us know at any time. For Monday, I'm going to approach things a little bit differently. The presentation that we give, we're going to kind of start with a higher level overview that we've done before, kind of the overall accomplishments that this update is doing for us. So we're going to cover that again, just to kind of start a little bit bigger picture again, just to, refresh folks. And then we'll hone in on some of the specific questions, specific topics that we heard at the last meeting, and then that you folks specifically brought up to us when we met with you individually this week. So again, just want to make sure we kind of cover everything and get questions answered. So that's kind of the plan for Monday. So again, please let me know if you have any questions or concerns in the meantime. So, and speaking of confusion, the city is also updating their regulations. They have also been working on this for quite some time, as have we, and it's just happens that we're going to be doing this at the same time. We really only found that out the last few months, that we're that well aligned, that we're both kind of, finishing up and adopting roughly the same time. You, of course, already know that they have their final reading with their city council on their development code next week on the 7th. And provided they do adopt their regulations, their new code, we have to adopt, I'm actually going to show a figure here real quick just to give us a visual. We have to adopt the city subdivision regulations for the urban area only. So that is the chunk of land that is outside the red boundary, which is of course the city limits, and within the blue boundary, which is the urban area. So currently anything that folks want to do within that boundary, again, outside city limits and within the blue line of urban area, it comes to us because it is county zoning. And so everything runs through the county, but it goes through the Manhattan Area Planning Board instead of the Riley County Planning Board. Again, zoning regulations are ours, but subdivision regulations are the cities. So again, that's what we do now. We have their subdivision regulations adopted for the urban area. So of course, because they're updating theirs, we just need to we need to adopt their update. So hopefully we'll talk more about that. Again, it's kind of unfortunate that it's happening all at the same time, just because it adds a little bit to the confusion. But again, if you folks have any questions on it, please let me know. I did send out these sections that we are needing to adopt to you, I believe, earlier this week, so you could take a look. Again, they are doing a unified development code, so all in one document, basically like we are. So there's only certain pieces of theirs that we need to adopt that relate specifically to subdivisions. And again, it's only for the urban area. So you folks will see that next Thursday. John Adam from the city will be here to give you a staff report on that. And then again, we'll review and then hopefully get that adopted for the county. They're proposing theirs to be effective January 1st, which is why we do need to do this in a little bit of a timely manner as well. So that's another one. Please let me know if you have any questions, comments on that maybe we can address ahead of time. We will have a good chunk of time next Thursday to discuss and get this through, but do let me know, please, ahead of time if you have any questions or confusion on that. Pause just for a second, just in case there's any questions now on those. Again, I know lots happening right now. So, and then another item that we're going to be starting, but once we're done with our LDRs, is our comp plan, our comprehensive plan update we're going to be working on over the next few years. I have given a presentation at a couple of our meetings this past month, just to kind of get that kicked off, if you will, start talking about that, to other agencies, other officials, and into the community. Of course, there's lots more to come on that, as we talked about, but just kind of that's going to be the one that I'll keep mentioning over the next several months. For our planning board, our Riley County Planning Board, we have 2 members whose terms are expiring at the end of this year. Tom Tall has served on the Riley County Planning Board and Board of the Zoning Appeals for over 20 years, serving as chairman and also as a member. He has decided to retire his position there. So we have received a few applications for replacements over the last year. I have provided a recommendation that I believe you folks will see in the next couple of weeks as to a replacement. Joe Gelroth, his term is also up at the end of this year, but he would like to serve another term. So my recommendation also included to reappoint him. So that will be again before you folks in the next couple of weeks to finalize that. Also on Monday, for Tom, we will have a plaque presentation during the press conference on Monday. The NG 911 committee, I have some graphics here. Let me see if I can make this a little smaller to get everything on the screen. And I apologize, it's a little blurry to see. But the NG 911 committee, we've been working on the private unnamed road off of Tuttle Cove Road the last few months, doing that process to get that renamed and readdressed. We have folks on that road who provided to us a petition to name the road Hyoville Lane or Hyoville Place. And the committee is in support of that. We reviewed and we are in support of that name. That will come before you folks in a public hearing on January 10th. So that will be the next step for that. So that's going along just fine. So we're glad to have another one that's been relatively smooth to get that one addressed. We've received 5 vendor proposals for our new permit software program. And we have whittled it down. Staff has reviewed and whittled it down to 3 that we will be interviewing tomorrow. And then we will make our decision at the end of the day tomorrow as well. And then, of course, I will work with legal to get a contract in place. And then, of course, before you folks in January for review and signature, we will need the new permit system to be operational and ready to go by September of next year. And then, of course, it's staff evaluation time. So I'll be doing that next week for my folks in planning and development. And then I am also scheduled before you folks next Thursday, the 9th. And then I'm out of the office the 15th through the 27th. So if there's anything I can do for you, please come visit me ahead of time. Happy to answer any questions or comments. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioner J. Clancy Coleman at 10:15.
Purdue. Richard Clinton, K-State president.
From Purdue. Was the president of Purdue?
No. Richard Clinton. I didn't say what his position is.
Horticulture and agricultural
You're
sciences.
like a CEO?
No, he's from, okay,
University of Purdue.
yeah.
on this incredible new opportunity
One
as president
Yeah.
of Kansas State University.
Oh, he's got.
I would like to extend my appreciation to the search committee chair, Carl Weiss, the Board of Regents, the Board of Regents President Blake Landers, and the Board of Regents Chair Cheryl Harris Lee for all of their hard work they put into the recruitment of this critical leadership role for Kansas. I would too also like to recognize.
I'm gonna review for the executive session, Nancy.
I think we talked about 10 minutes. I think
20 minutes, Quincy?
I think so.
So 10:35.
Thank you for providing a great foundation for my leadership role here. I'm honored because Kansas State is a strong and leading land grant
Dean of
university
the
that
College of
still believes
Agriculture.
in and instills the foundational missions of research, teaching, and extension. And our efforts here have been positive and lasting impacts for the citizens of Kansas, the nation, and the world. I've enjoyed learning more about K-State, and I'm impressed with its trajectory towards excellence and energized by the contagious passion, culture, and connectivity to the K-State community. I'm honored to help lead K-State forward, building on this positive momentum. I believe in the land grant, what it stands for. I'm a product of 4 land grants before this one. As a student at Virginia Tech, a faculty member and center leader at Purdue University, a department head at Ohio State University, and most recently as Dean of the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at North Carolina State University. I must admit that there's not a lot of purple in my closet at the moment, but I'll tell you, this is a brand new tie. I found it's a whole lot easier to find purple socks in Kansas than it is in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm very much looking forward to being a committed part of the Wildcat family. One of the many aspects that interested in me about this position is the forward thinking of Kansas and the university system direction. The Board of Regents Building a Future Plan is connected to our land grant mission so very well. We care about Kansas families, student affordability, student access, and student success programs are critically important to us. And when it comes to building the economy and supporting the talent pipeline of students needed for Kansas businesses, that's right in our wheelhouse. The more we can do for Kansas, the better supported we will all be. As I make the transition to campus over the next few months, targeting a mid-February start date, you will likely have a chance to meet me and my family. You're all going to love my wife, Sally. Her passion for helping others runs deep as an ADHD coach for kids and adults. She also has experience as an international wine judge, so she's a fun person to talk to. My 2 kids, Lily and Chris, are in the 12th and 10th grades respectively. One is headed to college and the other is just learning to drive, so warning to all of you. The team of Rich, Sally, Lily, and Chris Linton are delighted to be a part of your family. As you might imagine, I will be spending a lot of my early time getting to know all of you, both on campus and off campus, and listening and learning about the Kansas State culture, the pipeline, and your programmatic direction. I want to know your aspirations and your dreams for the future. I want to try to help find pathways to get there. I can't wait to be your president. And go Cats.
That's what it's kind of fun.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. We are happy to have you, and we look forward to your leadership. At this time, I'd like to invite the guests to a reception in the lobby to welcome our new president. Meeting adjourned.
It's like mid-February for start date, huh? What was that? Mid-February?
Rich, would you mind calling Elizabeth?
This is 50. So
Pretty young.
it's good.
Do we need to wait on her?
Yeah.
I met Catherine.
Oh, that's up to you. You don't have to because you've got two members here.
Yeah, right.
Okay. I will move the county commission, including chairman, you didn't have anything else before, right?
No.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. Move the county commission, including chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, and Commissioner BOCC recess into executive session on the purpose of consultation with Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, Clancy Holman, Riley County Counselor, attorney for the commission on a performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and to protect the privacy of the employee. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at, say, 10:35 a.m.
I'll second.
Been moved and second on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll also move the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with consensus reached in executive session.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
And that was the last item on the agenda before the legislative conference. We probably should just wait till adjourn after we get through our afternoon executive session, department head evaluation. So
That's what I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Department
absolutely.
evaluation for sure.
so
Because you'll want to come in and out.
So we'll see everybody back here at 12 o'clock.
Sounds good.
And then at
Thank you. Good job.
2:15, yeah, for the best part of the day, evaluation.
They look excited, don't they?
They look super excited. I think they're super excited. All right, thank you, commissioners.
I've been looking forward to it.
You guys are good to go?
We're there, John.
Yeah, I need to know is they help.
Well, hello. Are we supposed to get security?
Yes.
Somebody has to break
Somebody has to break.
I'll be,
No, we're fine. We're gonna give about half an hour or so to eat, so go ahead. We're gonna grab some.
Someone's got to lead, Tom.
Gee, yeah.
No.
Appreciate it.
Are you, sir?
Trying to get ahead of the
No, it works. We're doing good, sir.
This is great.
Yeah, there's veggie and
Well, I got certain context the rest of the year.
Boy, this must be serious business.
I wonder if it's today's dollars. But yeah, I know it was, because I think they just keep rolling whatever that original number is. It was always. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we should do.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's specific number. Okay, so I didn't need to print this out. I my printer. Computer and I didn't get it to work. We just looked at this in print. I had to hack it out in my computer. Lunch, they had that. Somewhere else.
He's had a hard time. What's she really going to do now?
Okay, Charlotte.
Wow. I see where I rate.
No, I was thinking, I was combining it with, anyway.
But every time the state treasurer group, they were the only ones that had double A. So I never missed their reception. I love the double A's. So I was gonna ask where are the double A's?
Oh, yeah, it's already started.
I've got my textbook in my hand. Stop.
By the time I clunked these on the ground, it's sort of open.
That's not good.
I did, I had a very, very mild case.
Glad it was wild.
If I hadn't lost my sense of smell, I wouldn't even know I had it.
Oh, the travel. Have you, what has surprised you right now? You didn't know when
I don't have.
Well, not quite.
That wasn't a
But what's a half percent?
I usually. Yeah, I usually.
We have another role, they're going down.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Well,
My sister's, my good friend.
Anybody else gets next, we are
I mean, the DUIs. We've been trying to encourage our guy to resign. No, you're done for a year.
He's done too much. I was willing to give him a chance when he started. I said, you know, the people elected him and they know him and I don't know him. Let's see how he behaves. And he didn't behave well.
Yeah, we're good. I think this is out of, I think this is out of the camera.
No, we can control that, Dick.
Oh, really? You move it
We can
around?
zoom in.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hi, Tom.
We missed you last night.
Wednesday's a church meeting for me. I have fire classes at meetings all that. Wednesday. Yeah, we'll let you know on Wednesday. Yeah, I just couldn't. I tried to get out of it.
John Moore did a great job.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yes.
What are you grinning about? Oh, that's so I asked for that. Well, it is fun.
Oh, yeah. Can't just sound like it was. Ron, how you doing? Oh, good, good. Thanks for coming.
Extended all the way to phone.
What's the I think the person is doing a good job. I tend to stick with it. To take the dysfunction from the Kansas Senate and the state treasurer. We're able to actually use some of that money that's sitting around that nobody ever knew how to use.
Sure.
But I think besides emphasizing to that school, really.
To settle that.
There's no further record. You gotta go.
Cincinnati.
I was at PSRB, I had no idea how well off
It's been right down here.
So you had a real big back too.
Yeah.
We've been to the territorial capital zone. Yeah. Got some interesting pictures. Yeah. I like it. Yeah.
Check mark, show those pictures. Where they had their guns and the axes and the doors to start Capitol, and we had we had two different groups out there with the same legislation. That's when was that?
2020. You might be right.
So.
I think it was that right after Civil War.
Well, it
Right before the Civil War.
Well, it was after the building was built because it's a change for us. So you have to be a little bit later, 80s.
I thought it was in the 1870s or 80s. That was before the Bible. That was two other things.
Well, I think it wasn't, I think it was
Oh, now, move my car. So can a legislator at a meeting like this park out in the parking lot? That meeting, oh, it's a wearing lot. Good, I didn't.
I think we got spilled on that.
That's not a
People can really beat the odds. I mean, the first couple of presidents were here. When it's an average, I was just doing the basic, it's an average of about 10 to 12 years per. Obviously, we fall below that curve.
Okay.
Yeah, my dad.
Quarterback.
And he used to go to the rally.
He's running 3 coaches. USC. Committed
Just a little bit early, so.
She retired. She said,
those teams. Yeah, they wasn't good.
Well, if I'm him, I probably don't. We'll probably not consider highly need for a station office. I don't know that I'm bringing.
There's been some guys visiting here on campus.
I heard there's gonna be some, but I would say that's not gonna happen. Go to Texas, well, that's not the team. Well, I think also.
Yeah, I'll have to check with Jill. I don't know if that's what, maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's because it becomes a deciding style, because that's surprising.
Yeah, I was surprised.
That is-
Because
It's not what I would have expected. Glad you said that.
maybe it was.
But you know, that first couple of drives there, the first half, we were actually doing pretty good. You know, you rely on your offensive line, you rely on the running game, especially throughout the season. I just always thought, you know, your offensive also really needs to be 3.5 yards to play. If you do that, you're consistently moving the ball, things will be good. In the second half, if you can't get your offense, most of our defense is predicated on the idea that they're not playing 40 or 50 plays, if you're trying to keep it, that's your ceiling. They're out there for 60 or 70 plays, you have to have that. So we don't have the depth currently, experience.
That'll be a good excuse for a second.
The second.
Well, I was gonna say, if there's stuff left, I may have to grab them.
Seriously, we got plenty, we over. I figured we had it overnight.
Oh, yeah.
So please do.
You know, they did. I'm almost wondering if that's not a blessing.
Plenty of walk idea.
It was, I think, rock the chart.
Time with it. You know, the guy. You know.
Oh, yeah.
You always had a joke or two.
Yeah.
I'm going to, I can't. You were good. I like the way you bring.
Jim Morrison was doing it. Oh, yeah. He opened up his little.
He started the program.
Yeah, and then he would introduce. I was able to be pro-gun on one thing because I thought you should really have to go in from one county to the next. Then you're gonna have
The football office is that, but.
legal in one county, but not another, whatever.
That's really good, though.
And then I found out what radio station do this, it was all those religious stations that broadcast.
That was coordinator in Colorado for a few.
Well, your name already runs far and open.
He's supposed to coach religion something, he had that in his contract. He retired, the taper case came job, he opted out of mine.
So we had two people that came to our meeting from Nashville, that performed with the Everly Brothers. Radio show on it. My mother turned the radio on and it was the same song. He was started ever.
Yeah.
You know, where we were I complained. There was one against that. I was chair of ag and called it. Was it rats? Like big. There you go.
What is it, a lack of direction?
Well, there's 16 agents. And some sort of water. And we started looking at things, a lot of overlap. So we have. Any of these positions that you need to manage, the right to middle class. I already talked, he said, I'll do it. Well, the same with my term. 5 years from now.
That's a good division of labor. That makes sense.
Yeah, right.
Total of 23 different agencies.
Just crazy. Sure. Chocolate. Yeah. 6:15. Yeah. I would have traded too. Yeah. So we did. Yeah. So I have no idea. I am so reliable. I'm taking one for the team. So that's what I've been doing.
It's not exciting enough, you know, to engage people's interest until they know there's a real problem.
Well, yeah, but here, making people aware, we don't want to be there.
No. Always. There's another chocolate chip.
Cindy was saying, you tell where we're the maps are for Oh, really? Right. There are two. There's a few. And done.
See ours on here. I'm sure change that much,
And then, Texas. I mean, at least they did on some stuff. And papers, so all over that. So we would know. I haven't been, in fact, they've already entirely money. I'll lose the rest or so sure. And 2 or 3 people get that. There's nobody there, because it's the right thing to do, there's a stress time, frankly, you know.
You're gonna stay over here on this side.
I don't know. I don't want to leave.
I got an expectation.
Cameras like shining down, one of my favorite things.
They moved Susie south, east. Move these. East.
Just shrink that chair.
And move west.
Yeah. That means I'll be joking. Point in time with another. You should have watched that. Okay.
It's 36 minutes.
Then we got $10.
Big fish. One district. Huge amount of land.
But it was probably that same. We used your. I'm not sure which story I'm gonna follow that northern corridor, whether you on the main topic or something on this.
He had a bunch of factors.
I always try to like elevate my whole conversation, so I do my best to clean up. Where everybody, it's being like more of your comments. It's my but it also doesn't do every time I'm there, they point at me.
Well, it's kind of what you guys.
Yeah. And I'm Sean County guy. Sean County guy.
Maybe it was for the best.
The church is in better shape.
I'm gonna send this up over here.
Don't do that. Just strange
Reputation precedes you. So what happens when your reputation?
And of course, we train our kids, on the simple stuff. No.
You want to go ahead and get started? Okay. Quiet it down here, maybe now's the time to go ahead and just do some introductory things, and then we'll get started our presentations. I know most of you've had a busy morning and probably have a busy afternoon and evening too, so I think this is as to be possible can. So I want to say thank you, everybody, for being here today. Also want to say thanks for being patient and open-minded and rescheduling earlier time that we had in November. I'm sorry for the issues with COVID at that one time, but I'm glad everybody was able to reschedule for today, so I really appreciate that. I guess what I'll probably do here is we'll just start off with some brief introductions. Keep in mind that one of the changes from 2019's meeting to this one is we do have a live stream, so there's probably some people watching, media watching, some other things. So just keep that in mind as we continue to talk throughout the next couple of hours here on the thing. So actually, without further ado, I'll go ahead and start with some introductions. I'll start with myself, work ourselves around, and then I think the first person up is Shiloh in terms of presentation. So do we want to do questions after each presentation, or we just?
We'll kind of leave that up to the attendees.
Okay.
The presenters know that they may get questions during it, and that's fine.
Okay, just so in case something comes up and you're aware, feel free to ask. I'll start with myself, John Ford, First District County Commissioner, current chair of the Board of Riley County Commissioners, and welcome everybody here today.
I run 51st District, which runs from north of Tetherbridge Dam down to 11 miles north of Newport. So I have a piece of Riley, a piece of Shawnee, all of us in northern Lyon County, northern third Lyon County. And my committees are the Water Committee, Tax, and Commerce. Also on the Rules Committee. So any problems on the floor, we have to go back behind and solve the problem.
Just as that's on committees.
Mike Dodson, District 67, which is kind of the western part of Manhattan. I think we go up Sunset and over towards College and out the top, and then up the lake and over just a little bit to the east of the town line. And all the way down to I-70 down here below, which about 15, 16 people. And that's kind of the way they cut it sometimes. I am on Commerce, Ron, and then I'm on elections, veterans, and insurance and pensions. So interesting committees, quite a bit going on, particularly in Commerce. I think both Ron and I were disappointed that we had to spend so much time in labor. The state of play there, dilapidated, dysfunctional computer system. People trying as hard as they could, but just couldn't keep up. And so we wrestled with that for a long, long time at the expense of some things that we wanted to do. However, there are a lot of incentives that we got on the board. Scholarships and tax incentives for workers. We'll be able to dig in a little deeper this time.
Greg Kinley, Riley County, Second District.
Tomahawk, I'm District 22. And that's all of Riley County, all of Clay County, and part of the western part of Junction City and Geary County. And I'm on Ways and Means, I'm ranking member there. I'm on Conference Committee and continue to learn a lot, and happy that we have healthy revenues coming in. So we'll be careful that we don't make foolish decisions either in tax giveaways or spending that, that the revenue may not hold up. So but right now, things are looking better than they ever had since I've been in the legislature. I'm ranking member on transportation. Glad the governor's closing the bank of KDOT. And I think we've done a lot of things to support counties, this county and other counties. And I think Riley County kind of got a share some good projects. And I think our secretary is an incredible leader and quite a visionary. Good things there. On utilities, my big area is broadband there, but also making sure that we take advantage of renewable energy that we have that is now generating, I think, over 40% of the electricity we use is coming from wind and a little bit of solar. I'm on the joint budget committee. That's meeting with the House and the Senate, and we're largely the same people that are conference committee people when we get down to what keeps Sydney and Mike at Topeka longer than they may want to be, trying to get that final budget done, because that's the one thing we have to do. I'm on a modernization and mental health committee that's been quite interesting to do that. And then I have worked, I think Sydney has too, with the Kansas Civility Project. And that's something that I think is really important for Kansas, for Greg and I were talking. I think we can do better than DC, and just because we may have different philosophies or disagree on specific bills doesn't mean that we can't get along with each other. And actually, some of the people I enjoy the very most are the ones I don't agree with on certain issues. But when it comes time to do some key things, they're the people that become my allies, like the autism bill that we work on, transportation bill. There's just some things that I don't think we're like DC, and I don't want the public to think that we are. And I'm also on a CSG committee, US Canada, and we had a meeting in Rapid City and we passed that resolution, and actually they let Americans cross the border, which they were way too restrictive. Who knows what will happen with Omicron, but. And then I'm on an ag committee for NCSF. And I think Sydney's on that same committee too. Attended their meeting.
I'm Tom Bruno, lobbyist for Riley County.
I'm Dick Carter. I also help Tom with Riley County and work with the chamber and the city here in Manhattan as well.
I'm Catherine Buckey, 3rd District, Raleigh County Commissioner.
I'm Sydney Carlin, 66th District, which is about half of Manhattan. It's the east part, east of College Avenue. I go up to the county shops out in the rural area, and back down through Manhattan downtown, Aggieville, Northview, the old Manhattan area. A lot of students in my district, a lot of military in my district, and I have a district that's a moderate income district, a low income district. I serve on appropriations. I've been there since about 2006, I think. I don't even know when I started. I'm the ranking Democrat on the Ag Committee. I used to chair that. We used to have a pretty good time, but it's like, it's very hard to get anything done on the Ag Committee because I think the dominance comes from the city areas, and we aren't getting the respect we need to have, and I'm happy to push for anything that helps our area. I was happy that we got the Department of Agriculture moved to Manhattan, which was a big deal a few years ago. I'll serve on the Ag and Natural Resources Budget Committee, which includes the Department of Ag, Department of Commerce, 14 agencies. And so we have not only ag, but other agencies in that budget committee. And that's where we really get a close look at the budgets. During the Appropriations Committee, we hear reports back of what those budget committees have recommended. And we can delve into things there, but Basically, the nitty-gritty work is done in those budget committees, and if we want to ask about anything on the line items, that's the place that we do that. I'm on the joint committee of corrections and juvenile justice. I had a tour this year of Lansing Prison, the new facilities, the old facilities, what are we gonna do with the old Lansing building? I also had a tour of the juvenile detention facility. It is amazing what they're doing there. We're focusing our efforts on educating and rehabbing people. Much greater emphasis than ever since I've been there. Trying to get programs in that they actually can be ready to come out of prison. We're focusing on exiting from prison and what happens when they come out. So that they have job skills and things in order so they have a place to live and so on and so forth. And I find that very interesting work. I am on the civil discourse group. It's not really a committee, but we get together and get to know each other at a different level. And I think that's always interesting because we just have different jobs to do down there. All the committee assignments put you in a place and put you with a group of people. It's hard, especially during COVID with all the new members that didn't get to go to receptions, which yes, it's put on by lobbyists. We really don't get lobbied so much there as we just get a chance to actually meet each other at a different level. So yes, I am on the ed committee for the Council of State Governments, CSG. And we've been really active through Zoom for the last year and a half. There's been a ton of meetings and a lot of work going on there. We're happy that Wichita will host that national or Midwestern conference next summer. And went to South Dakota this year for a conference, and it was well attended. I was very impressed with almost every speaker throughout there somewhere in their presentation that we need to work together as a nation. And I thought that was very helpful, and I appreciated that focus. So I'm starting my 20th year in the House, and I look forward to another wonderful session. Thank you for having us.
I'm Shiloh Hager, the Riley County Treasurer. I've been serving for just over 7 years now.
Heard that a lot recently.
I'm Amy Magus, Riley County Register of Deeds, and I'm serving my first term.
And then back behind us.
Clancy Holman, Riley County Council.
Rich Barber, Riley County Clerk.
That takes care of our introduction, so we'll go ahead and move on to part of our presentations today, and I'm going to turn the floor and the podium over to Clancy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everyone, you have in your packets this same spreadsheet that I've got up on the screen. I don't know from where you're sitting what your vantage point is, but that looks like about the tiniest print in the world from this vantage point. So you may need to refer to paper as I go through this, but this may be helpful for anyone who's watching during the live stream. This spreadsheet is what it says. It is a representation of the loss of Riley County tax dollars due to state actions. Now, that's not to be confrontational. It's simply to show data that we actually have, thanks to this spreadsheet, which has been maintained by Shiloh Hager, our Riley County Treasurer. Shiloh is going to be talking about the gist of what this spreadsheet represents. And let me just take over part of this to say what you've got are the years 2013 through 2022. All right, along the horizontal lines, and then down the vertical side in the far left margin, you've got various different categories, obviously. I will tell you that all those dollar figures, all the way above here and all the way through, those are all represent losses of dollars for that year. These are not cumulative. They are individual losses in that year. If you wanted to add those up as you go through, you would simply go across the sheet and add those up to find the total loss. And I'm sure Shiloh will correct me if I'm getting that wrong. I'm not known for my facility with numbers. I'm basically telling you what I have been schooled on this spreadsheet. So I am confident it's accurate. You will also see that, as I said, there are different categories, and our presenters will focus on different different elements of those categories, different line item numbers that are on that left-hand margin on the spreadsheet. And first Shiloh will talk about that. She will give the treasurer's perspective, and she'll also talk about the effect these dollar losses, what they do to the mill levies in Riley County, which is very important, obviously, to policymakers. And then Amy Mangus, our Register of Deeds, will take over. She will be talking about the Register of Deeds perspective. Specifically, Amy will be talking about one specific legislative change dating back to 2014 and the dollar impact that has had every year since and is heading into the future for Riley County. And finally, I'll be sitting in basically or standing in for our county appraiser. Greg McHenry could not be here today, but I assure you, Greg has told me the right information that I can relay to you on my behalf. It won't be editorial comment. It'll be straight from the county appraiser. With that, I will turn this over to Shiloh, the Riley County Treasurer.
Thanks, Clancy. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this information to you today. I'm sure for some of you, it's not something that you haven't already seen before, but it's always good to just bring you back up to speed as to kind of where we're sitting on these actions. The spreadsheet is representing 2013 to 2022. However, my predecessor actually started keeping track of these numbers going back to 2002 when LABTR and revenue sharing ended, coming to the counties. And since then, we've been maintaining this spreadsheet, and over time, we have added other categories that have taken place. And you can see on the spreadsheet, we've added commercial, industrial, machinery equipment elimination, which happened in 2008, the fixture exemption in 2013, the loss of mortgage registration fees in 2015. Also, you can see on the spreadsheet, at one point, there was a line where we were supposed to get a slider from commercial and industrial machinery equipment that was supposed to help offset some of the loss in revenue. That also has been taken away. So you can see the various areas that we have been tracking over the years. The areas that I'm going to focus on are LABTR, revenue sharing, and the effect of revenues when the motor vehicle assessment rate changed. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is LABTR and revenue sharing. And as you know, those two items represented where the county should be receiving a portion of sales tax, and that was supposed to help reduce our ad valorem taxes. And you can see on the spreadsheet, just for the 2022 budget year, what we're estimating the loss to Riley County is. For LABTR, we are estimating a loss of $731,544, which represents 1.08 mils based on our property valuation. And for revenue sharing is a loss of $510,130, which is 0.75 mils. Just those two actions alone add up to 1.83 mils. The other item that I would like to point out, and that affects my office directly, is the reduction of the assessment rate for motor vehicles. Motor vehicles were assessed at a rate of 30% of the appraised value and was reduced to 20% over a 5-year period. In Riley County, we renew and title approximately 50,000 vehicles per year. And the estimated loss on just that portion of reducing that assessment rate, we're estimating a loss of just over $888,000, which equates to another 1.31 mils. On the spreadsheet, when you go down column 20 for 2022, when all of these areas, we are estimating that we had to increase our mill levy by 5.764 to offset these losses. And they're not only made up of the 3 areas that I discussed, but the other areas that Amy and Clancy are going to go into further. So with that, I will turn it over to Amy unless anybody has anything they would like, any questions right off the bat.
Question.
Mhm.
Now, you said the loss of the LIBGR and the revenue sharing added up, did you say 1.8 mil?
1.83 mils. Mhm.
Okay, and then the vehicle tax, that was a 1.3 mil?
1.3. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Former Commissioner Wells pushed for the LABTRs, did the whole commission at the time. And he and I went to Topeka and met with the governor's staff, and actually, I think that was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. The governor actually put $50 million in for budget to at least try to do this. And there's some, that's not, how do I say, it's not controversy. I'm not sure what the total dollar cost is if we fully implemented LABTR. So if your treasurer's organization would look at that, I don't know if the money that we assume it is what it was 20 years ago, and we just carry that over and it was capped out. And if with the increase in valuations, et cetera, if it would actually be a higher, and I've heard anywhere from 37 million up to 170 for the total cost of that. But I'll get to my question. Yeah. My question is, how, if we had gotten the 50 million, how much would that have helped Riley County? You may not know that now, but I'm going to still press the governor to put that in her budget. Not sure she will. It's the House, sorry, Cindy. It was the other team that pulled it out, but the House pulled it out of the budget and conference committee. So. And so I'll be totally upfront. LABTR and revenue sharing were gone before I even started working for the county. So I don't know, Rich, when you were in the treasurer's office, do you know how that was like? I have the percentages. It just says that LABTR is 3.63% of total retail sales and compensating taxes credited to the state general fund, and city revenue sharing was 2.823% of total sales. But I don't know how then it was divided out amongst the counties. So I can ask some of my treasurers who have been treasurers longer than obviously I have and see how that was divided, but I can see if I can find out. It'd be interesting if we attempted to get it in the budget or some amount, how much that would help us. And I'm guessing it would be about a third of that. I'm just curious.
This is on population, it's just over $1 million.
Okay.
So, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, well, I'm going to turn it over to Amy then. Thank you for your, I'm so sorry.
Compensating use. I've got several questions directed to me over this. One was from Lynn Butler. We talked about this for some time. If I do mine, my assumption is that this is predicated on what I put on my federal tax return. Is that how do you figure what I owe in compensated use tax? So for the treasurer's perspective, we record compensating use only on a motor vehicle that if you bought a motor vehicle outside of Riley County where you paid a different like a lower sales tax rate, we then collect the difference here. We don't have any other, as the county, any other compensating use. What goes into our collections are sales that happen outside of Riley County that are delivered to the county. So like your online shopping and that kind of thing is what compensating use tax is. So the mechanical process for that is that you receive taxes from Amazon, or you receive information from Amazon that includes taxes that they have collected on behalf of Raleigh County.
That is correct. That is correct.
So we personally don't need to report that
Mhm.
because it's already, we pay it and they get it.
Yeah.
So we don't have to report it. It's
Correct.
Things you buy, like if you buy a car out of state,
Mhm.
something like that, or
Mhm.
probably
Well,
online.
it's actually third party vendors. The law is it's been very, very clear that if you have a physical presence within the state, which Amazon does, then you have to collect that tax. But Amazon sells a product from some company, like, for instance, I bought a cell phone case one time. They don't have a physical presence in the state, so, it's like a $9 case, you're not paying sales tax on that case. And I do believe it's on the state tax form that you fill out, it's like $45 or something. You're supposed to pay extra to offset that. And I don't, it just kind of depends on how much online use you have or whether or not that's a benefit or not.
Those third-party vendors roll up into a total, but once you hit the threshold, then you have to pay tax. So,
Mhm.
so would you say then that that program currently is in pretty decent shape? We don't have too many things that you would have to change, that there's nobody getting away with too many things?
See, that would be really hard for me to tell. I do get a report of who has filed sales tax returns with the Department of Revenue, but I would really have no idea who is not filing those taxes. So sorry, I can't be more.
So that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew where I was paying it on. I just didn't know if there was something hidden from it.
Mm-mm. Not.
Yeah, how much has the compensated use income increased in Riley County, say, the last 5 years, since we started putting that into the law?
I can get that for you.
That's significant though.
It didn't seem like it till the last 2 years.
Until-
Obviously with the pandemic and more and more people.
Definitely.
Things online,
Yeah.
doing things online. I think we seen like a 12 to 14% increase of that over the last year and a half. So I don't know what that dollar figure is specifically.
There's a lot of.
Significant increase.
Correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's not back to another lunch.
Watch him closely. I think that was it for questions, Shiloh.
Okay.
I appreciate your presentation.
You're welcome.
Amy's up next, correct? That's you.
Budget.
You like that. You have a few. I do. Is it 45?
I thought I would start with a little history on the mortgage reg fee. It's been around since the early 1900s. The most recent fee change was in 1925 and remained the same for 89 years. It remained the same for 89 years until in 2014, House Bill 2643 was signed, repealing the mortgage registration fee. The phase out period for the fee began January 1st, 2015, and was completely eliminated in 2019. The Register of Deeds recording fees were increased yearly between January 1st of 2015 and January 1st of 2018 to offset the loss. Our office has been tracking the difference from day one, and as you can see on line 8 of the spreadsheet, we are experiencing a steady loss that is growing year by year. The 2015 through 2020 figures are actual numbers and not estimates. They are figured daily by applying the old fee system to every document recorded and tracking the difference on a spreadsheet. These numbers represent a bare minimum loss, as any joint mortgage with another county has been excluded from the tracking, since I can't determine what portion would have remained in Riley County. My predecessor conservatively estimated our loss in 2021 at $700,000, but as of November 30th, through 3 p.m., that number is $1,112,254.70. The change has also caused some unforeseen issues. Under the old system, the bulk of the fees were collected on mortgages and were typically wrapped up in the closing costs of a home purchase. More importantly, it was a one-time fee on first mortgages, leaving all other recordings at a rate that the average citizen could afford. Under the new structure, our office continuously deals with customers that complain and or get angry over our current fees. Just this summer, I had an elderly lady that was outraged that it was going to cost her $212 to record her power of attorney and husband's death certificate. Under the old fees, those same documents would have been $56. She ended up leaving, choosing not to record her documents. I have concerns that this is happening more often now, especially in our fixed income population. Another common issue is that our customers are shrinking their documents to a 4-point font or less in an effort to reduce the number of pages and therefore the recording fee. For archiving purposes, we are unable to accept documents with fonts smaller than 6 point, and even those can be difficult to read at times. This then causes delays in recording and an increased chance that the documents will not be returned, leaving a gap in the property history. Lastly, I'd like to mention that the money lost in 2020 by our office alone represents about 1.75 mils. Although funding sources are being eliminated at the state level, the statutory obligation to provide certain services at the county level remains. This leaves a little option but to raise property taxes to meet those demands. Any questions?
I think you might have answered my question because 21, the 700,000 is an estimate, and 2020, the 1.1 million is actual.
Is actual.
As of November 30th, you're up to 1.2 million.
We're up to, yep, right under 1.2.
Why did Deborah think that we were going to go down? Pandemic, or what was the reason she estimated we'd be down?
Typically in an election year, you don't see a whole lot of buying and selling. So 2020 was odd. It continues. The trend is, it's just hard to determine what people will do or not do. So
interesting.
I actually think probably part of 2020 in terms of home sales was everybody was at home. Everybody was at home with people that they were technically not at home with and realized they probably need more space. So, just a thought. So they decided either they needed space or the space that they currently had for other reasons needed to change, or maybe in some cases due to finance and economy, maybe it was the reverse, they needed to downsize
Those
somewhat.
mortgage rates
Yeah.
had a lot to do with it.
Correct. So kind of a little bit of back and forth on that, but that didn't actually surprise me at all. But once again, we lose a ton of revenue during those transactions. And actually, we just had an update on that this morning. We're well ahead of the curve this year as well. So it's interesting. Much about the same type of numbers for 2021 if we have the same conversation next year. So I'm assuming we're going to. But,
What do you think we can do to reduce the cost to the public of registering those documents? For example, I have a box of things that I don't know if they should be registered, not registered, or what, but that I feel I have to keep after my husband died, just things that I have to keep for my kids to know. And several boxes. But, is there like key pages to documents that you could narrow down or, I mean, like I don't know if you're talking about a trust document or wills, or what are you talking about there exactly? After the mortgage document, I mean, I thought you
Sure.
said there was a woman that brought in.
her
That
husband's death certificate.
Well, that one that cost her $221.
Together with her power of attorney. She had a 10-page power of attorney. So under the old fee schedule, the death certificate would have been $12 plus 44 for a total of 56. Under the new fee schedule, the death certificate is 38 at 2 pages. And the power of attorney is the remainder. because it's now $21 for the first page and $17 for each additional.
I remember working with our Secretary of State on adoption documents recently, well, a long time ago, to reduce the cost of those recordings. But is there something that we can do to reduce the number of pages that need to be recorded in a document like that? So like is the title page and the site signature page enough? Or I'm just asking because I know they can be very wordy.
I wouldn't believe so, just because, you know, on a power of attorney, it spells out what that person has power of attorney of. And if you're eliminating all those pages, it leaves it up to speculation.
Unfortunately, I will say that the two of us in this room have never voted for any of this. Don't know about the rest of it. But every time it comes up, we try to help you recover. We offer amendments to legislation on the floor that most of the time they're saying, you know, it's not germane. They don't make the whole body vote on it. They say it's not germane, but of course that's a decision they can make and we can't stop it. But I understand, and this looks to me like we're talking about $45 to $50 million here total. I just glancing at it. Yeah, oh, they're accumulating, and, you know, my taxes have gone up and I've been very concerned about that, and it's pretty easy to see.
Mhm.
Right here.
I mean, I'm not sure what the solution is, but the
Well,
whole
I
fact that
have
it
an
was,
idea.
the whole fact
Takes a
that,
lot
you
of
know,
time.
that registration fee was in place for 89 years, completely unchanged,
And it didn't
unchanged.
cost anybody very much.
No, and I know when I closed on my home, it was a little over $8,000 back in 2009. And I believe the registration fee and recording fees were probably 500 of that. And it's
That
all,
much.
I think what you have to take into consideration is kind of the more 10,000 foot view on this.
Oh, yeah.
The one-time payment for that doesn't offset the lifelong increase of taxes to basically reverse that at that point in time, because that's the way it's gonna be with this type of loss. Somewhere we've got to be able to make up the difference. So, you know, if you're buying a house, you know, you're including those costs up front, it's done, it's over with, but in this particular scenario, you're gonna be paying tax increases over the course of however long you own that house. And if you own that house for 20, 25 years, I can just about guarantee you it's gonna be more than just a one-time payment.
So this was all done to make up for income tax cuts. And income tax cuts only help the wealthy, and they don't help the average person. So
I
what
think,
we've got here affects every homeowner and every renter.
yeah, that's very true. And if you rent, I've got to
You're
understand, you're paying for it too. You're not writing the check, you're not getting the bill, but it's being pushed down to you. When
You're getting-
55% of the Riley County market is that's significant. I think the other thing that gets frustrating, I know many of you have served on units of local government through your course of work as well, is, you know, for us, it's, you know, frustrating because this wasn't one of those kind of came up and was talked about and worked through committee and worked through its typical legislative type of processes. When some of these things do happen behind closed doors overnight, boom, it was done. Nobody had a chance to have these type of conversations. Nobody had a chance at that particular point in time to estimate what this may or may not have done. It just happened and boom, now we're living with it.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I watched that.
Can I make another editorial comment?
Depends.
I think you'll like it.
Okay, go ahead.
In agreement with what you just said. Part of what I think the reason for this was also, at least what was expressed, was trying to make it slightly cheaper for a home buyer in terms of the closing costs, et cetera, sort of arguing that this is going to reduce that. So it might incent people to buy more home or to purchase a home.
And I think in hindsight, you could maybe make that argument, but if you develop the conversation, you would figure out over the course of long term, unless you owning that house for maybe 3 to 5 years, actually your property taxes increases are still gonna offset that. And I understand, you know, if you're maybe a new family or a young family, you're starting out where maybe that's necessary, but there would be some other ways in that discussion. Maybe you could offer a first-time home buyer tax credit or something that would offset that, but not offset what we need to do on the local side, both in yearly budgets and determining those over the course of 3 to 5 to 6 or 7 years or whatever.
And my further editorial comment, that point is an important point. What happens too often in the legislative process is the lobbyist group that pushed what I just said was the main reason why the legislature passed this, does not always have as powerful a lobbyist in the Association of Counties or the League of Municipalities to point out what you just said. And there's sort of a legislative bias collectively against public entities being able to lobby because there's an assumption that public entities, school districts, counties, cities would lobby to increase taxes as their interest. But I don't think that's, well, that may be the case in certain needs, but in general, you're there to protect your local taxpayer. We're there to protect the taxpayer, but more collectively. And then the lobbying is not balanced. So the lobbyists that are able to push for it. So I want, hopefully, our listeners and the public to understand how important it is, from my viewpoint, to have our public entities be able to be at the table to get that story out. So, and there's always two sides to every issue, but it's important.
That's why the legislative process needs to work instead of
But-
happening.
But we don't have lobbyists and we don't have our county commissioners active in the process, then that story isn't told. Or if it's done at a late hour and it's put in at a conference committee or something, then it's not properly vetted. And so I think the four of us at the table are into transparency and we want to see things vetted. But when the process gets crunched, some of those commercial lobbyists have more weight. And I don't think that's fair. And I want you guys to keep having these guys at the table and reminding us if we're ahead. Sometimes it sounds really good. I mean, as I said, it sounds good. I want more people. We have a housing crisis in Kansas. We need more people to purchase homes. We need more rental property available. But this wasn't a good decision.
That's lasting impacts far beyond the one time.
But sometimes you can tell motivation by people that suggested the bill.
Yeah.
This one was pretty easy.
They're clever.
Not even clever, it's just power.
Yeah.
I mean, you get all the real estate entities up there lobbying for this.
Thanks.
Put the best face possible on it, there it goes.
And I would like to note that they're the same ones sending in the reduced size documents.
What's that?
Those same entities are the ones sending in the reduced size documents that we have to argue with them daily.
Yeah.
And they try, I mean, they'll submit it 2, 3, 4 times and argue that it's suitable. And
Andy, when you say that, is it like a PDF document, they're putting 4 documents on one page? Is that what you're in reduced size?
no,
You're
They-
talking type size, aren't you?
I'm
What makes
talking
it
the
readable?
font size itself.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have a good
Mhm.
understanding.
But you clearly just gave them another direction to go, probably.
Yeah, they shrink it down to a 4, and by the time we scan and it gets microfilmed, it naturally shrinks a little bit more. And it's hard to legibly reproduce that.
I think it's important that we understand exactly what
Mhm.
is coming.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Clancy?
We're kind of running 10 minutes or so behind. You want to look both of your
Well,
last part of that bill.
if we can, what I would suggest, I mean, this is an important conversation to have. And so I think we do this a little bit here, continue just a bit if we can. I'll be guided, of course, by what the board thinks we ought to do. But what you've been hearing about, of course, are unintended consequences. When those things were passed, nobody in the legislature thought that this was going to cause this kind of impact to Riley County or to any of the other 104 counties in Kansas. It truly, these things that have been described by both previous presenters are unintended bad consequences. The reason we're highlighting those is so that when you face members of the delegation, when you face future ideas, concepts that are being turned into legislation, and counties or cities speak up and say, look, this is a detrimental financial impact. Remember the kind of snowball effect that you're seeing on this spreadsheet. Now we give a final example from the world of appraisal. If you look at line 6 on the spreadsheet, CIME elimination, what that acronym stands for is Commercial Industrial Machinery and Equipment. That exemption went into effect and on its surface was probably a very good idea. Any personal property associated with a ongoing commercial business should be, in the theory was, off the tax roll. That's going to promote business, of course. The problem is what happened as a result. And those losses along that line are what it did to Riley County. And what it did was basically say, beginning in 2006, and again, this is even before the spreadsheet starts. This is 7 years before that. In July of 2006, that exemption went into effect. From that point forward, any business that purchased commercial industrial machinery and equipment, none of that personal property was on the tax roll. An additional unintended consequence was from that time forward, any business that ordinarily would have replaced its commercial industrial machinery and equipment from 2006 to the present date, they could replace it, and that equipment was never going to be on the tax roll, even when it was replaced. It doesn't sound like much, but when you look at those numbers, you can see the kind of impact it can have in a given year. And the reason it matters from basically from kind of a common sense point of view, I would submit, is think of the following businesses that you're aware of here in Manhattan or Riley County that came into existence only after that exemption was in effect and have no personal property on the tax roll of Riley County. That would be Hy-Vee, which opened after that time. That would be all the new restaurants in downtown Manhattan and in Aggieville. Many of those were after the exemption went into effect. None of their personal property necessary for the operation of that business was ever on the tax roll and won't ever be on the tax roll. That matters because of the impact it's showing here. And think of NBAT's construction. All those giant cranes that we saw for those years, all that heavy construction equipment, all of it, none of it was ever on the tax roll. And ordinarily it would have been, but for that exemption, would have been on for at least 2 years of potential value. And it would have been on those years for the Riley County tax roll for operations within this county by businesses that largely are not based here, but are using the infrastructure of Riley County and the city of Manhattan. And again, not to disparage them, but they're doing it, if you will, free of charge with regard to what ordinarily their personal property would have contributed to, but for this exemption. Historically, and also don't forget also the campus projects during that time, the things that happened that would have involved heavy construction equipment that's not on the tax roll, the new business building at K-State, the library project, the foundation buildings, improvements to Bill Snyder Family Stadium. Again, projects that lasted for a period of time and would have contributed value to the Riley County tax roll. On this spreadsheet, those losses that you see, those are calculated based on a very conservative estimate of 1.7% inflation to make sure we're not overblowing the problem here. All right, we're not overblowing the detrimental impact of that undermining of Riley County's tax base. Again, not intentional, but as an unintended consequence of what seemed like a good idea at the time, but that over time has harmed our revenue base. It is very possible, according to our Riley County appraiser, and Greg's a conservative, he does not throw out numbers wildly because he knows that that kind of thing comes back to haunt you. It's better to tell the truth. It's better to describe something if you can do it by any possible means. He has maintained that if we didn't have this commercial industrial machinery equipment exemption in place, had we not had it in place for all these years, our personal property tax roll would be about 5 times larger. And that translates into a dramatically reduced mill levy rate based on the information you heard from Shiloh Hager and from Amy Mangus, and now through me from Greg McHenry. All those things combined restrict the ability of the county commission to meet the demands of the citizens, the same citizens that are constituents, of course, of legislators, as you all know, because the local tax policy is not based on value. It's based on the demands for service with the available revenue and the decisions that they have to make. What are they going to fund? What are they not going to fund? For whatever it's worth, from our perspective, it's backwards to solve the tax problem on the valuation side, because that's not where the tax liability is coming from. It's coming from those tax entities and their budgeting decisions. So in any event, I do want to skip over a couple of things that would have been important to point out to you, but I'd be glad to try and answer any questions you got based on this.
So the CIME, that's triple X there, if that were put in, as Greg said, and we had that in there for this period of time, that'd be another 5 or 6 mils. That's not showing in that 5.764 mils, is that correct?
I don't want to say, I'm not the numbers guy.
That's correct.
Okay, there we go. I was hoping a numbers person would step in and answer that question.
So it would have been
It would have
more.
increased it even more.
Correct.
So, and then on your Siegfried slider, why, when that Arlen's?
Yeah, that's Arlen's, yeah.
I never heard it called that.
Why is that dashes there? Is it because it went off?
That's what, yes.
Yeah,
So
and
it-
there really wasn't much
We
to,
didn't ever do it.
it was only, I think we got it for 2 years.
2 years.
and
That's what I think it's.
6 or
So
7,
there-
it wasn't funded.
So then there was just really there was no way to even estimate what we would have gotten if it would have continued, so we just left that off.
It's,
This is starting to look like a habit. LAVTR on the books and law, don't do it. Slider on the books, don't do it.
You know, just a comment. I just can't not say it because I don't know the answer. This was put in place right after the recession of 1 and 2. We were so broke in 03, and that's when I went into office in 03. So I remember living through that experience, no money at the state, and we were looking, it was not any fault of our own, it was not because we cut taxes, we had to do something to keep state going. That was when that was put in place, and it stimulated growth, and I had more comments from business owners than I have ever had since in all these years, because they were able to buy things because they wouldn't be taxed on them. Somebody, bought pianos for all the nursing homes, somebody, it was a big deal for the community. And when you listed off all the things that didn't pay, some of those things may not have happened if we hadn't had that stimulus. And that was the reason for it, was to create business and growth activity in the state of Kansas and to encourage people to go into business and to hang on to their business in the time of the recession. Now, I'm not saying that it couldn't go away now. I don't know that it could. I don't know that you could ever get the political will to do that. But I do think that you probably saw growth in income tax. You saw people buying homes, hiring people to do work in the community, population growth, and sales tax growth that might not have occurred. And I say that because of the number of business people that contacted me. I mean, it was, for them, it was a big deal. And I hate the property taxes I'm paying, believe me. All the things that we got after that you named off just made me realize that there's got to be other income that you got and received because of that. So it's very hard. When we were trying to recover from the recession, this when that was passed, I think in 04. And I did support it. I thought it was a great thing, and I got a lot of support from the business community for doing so. And nothing we've done since for business and economy has brought that kind of reaction.
Now, again, I can't speak to the anecdotal contact that you had as a result of something.
Oh,
like that.
absolutely, I understand that, but
Well, and you may be correct that given the parameters of that at that time, that was probably maybe the appropriate thing to do.
At the time.
Right, but you need to come back and be able to look at that. And that seems to be the case when we make exemptions or, we take some of that stuff off, and we don't come back and evaluate it in real time, we just kind of leave it. And I think that's part of the property tax issue, just in general in the state. We have a lot of exceptions, we have a lot of exemptions, we have a lot of things, and I do believe that, I was talking to a lobbyist earlier about this at some point in time. Maybe this year's a good time to do it, maybe not, but we're gonna need to deconstruct that model completely, lay all of our components out and reconstruct it in a manner that's congruent to where we're at now, and to have some kind of philosophy or some kind of direction as to how we want to achieve that in the future. Right now, as you can see with all these things, if it's handcuffing local units of government directly or indirectly, that's affecting what you guys are gonna be able to do at the state. We've gotta be working together, because at the end of the day, really, we have tax-paying, hardworking Kansas in mind. And that's whether you're in Topeka, or that's whether you're serving a local unit of government, one of the 105 counties or cities or school district or whatever. So,
And I agree, and I think this would be a good time for you all to bring a presentation to the tax committee about these things and see if there's something that can be done incrementally to start to bring this back, and you probably have to pick and choose between these things on the list, which one you want to fight for. But I think doing the presentation you're doing today in tax committee would be very helpful, and having people, from these business communities come in and talk and see if they've got a solution too.
and in this particular case, I can probably understand that, but one of the thoughts I've had, that I know I've shared with Clancy and others, is, what if we take some of these statutes that are in place and find a way to combine them and make them into one, where one stream of money is just going into there, and it's relatively simple, and it comes back and it helps local units of government with infrastructure or tax reduction, and overall, at some point in time, it obviously benefits everybody at the state, and in the end, it's a win-win-win-win for everyone.
And I like that idea, and just the transportation money alone, coming back to the counties and cities is going to be very helpful. And that was taken away, $1 million a day for a long time. So those kinds of things, we could create a new kind of thing to bring forward. But as far as for coming back on any one of these, we've tried and it doesn't pass. So
I think you have
maybe
to
a new idea.
The reality here is, and I'm looking at it from a more futuristic perspective, and maybe it's because I'm younger, I guess. The future's a little bit longer at this point in time, and I know that we're losing a lot of our younger generation. They stay here, they go to school, they do whatever, but they find opportunities elsewhere, and this is part of that equation. I want to keep our Kansas kids at home in Kansas. How can we do that?
And that's what we were doing when we did that, was we look at all the growth that may have come from that. Look at the growth. So
I know I can do this myself, but maybe you can save me a little time, maybe out to the right of these various taxes. If we put the real number, active that thing, and we could, on the lookup thing, you have on the legislative website, you can probably find it with the words. But it's easier if I have a bill number than that, it pops up.
Sure.
Go back in and sunset some of those, or can you do those can you do that in the legislature?
we could pass legislation that would say, this in 5
This one
years.
is gonna go away.
It's easier to do that when we pass the bill.
Yeah.
And we do that a lot of times, but we're not sure what the unintended consequences might be. So we sunset many bills so that we have to come back and look at it. And I think that's a good idea as you lobby. Who knows what creative thing we'll come up with next that we're not even aware of. But I think encouraging sunsets, if you're against something and you're pretty sure it's going to be a disaster, at least if you can lobby to put a sunset on it. And the shorter the sunset, the better, the more likely you are to be able to make a case to repeal it. As Sydney said, it's tough to repeal these things because then they get baked in to the citizens and the businesses and the lobby groups that have supported them.
Catherine makes a very good point, though. You can see here, when the revenues were down and we were coming out of that recession, those amounts were smaller. And as the community has grown, those amounts are much bigger.
Yeah.
And so it did its job. And we could have had a sunset on it. I think that would have been great.
Yeah, well, like when we did our sales tax increase, we were required by law to put a 5-year sunset on it.
Right.
And, and that's for the counties, but the state doesn't have that kind of.
Well, we
law.
do sometimes. We do sometimes.
We have
Well,
discretion.
one of the things that I see is, the budgeting process in general kind of we do all the other stuff, and processes are processes, but you generally work on the budget kind of towards the end of the cycle, sometimes a little bit of panic, sometimes a little bit of desperation. I guess I probably don't need to explain that to this group here, but, but sometimes I don't see a thought of trying to figure out what this year's budget's gonna maybe do to next year's, and kind of look at it proactively over the course of a couple of, fiscal cycles to see what those movements are gonna be, or what compensating use may do, or maybe one of these may or may not do in that equation, and then take all the other, general things in mind. Am I wrong on that?
Well,
No,
you're not wrong. We had a 2-year budget cycle.
And we do profiles out, well, you can ask for a profile out for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. But I don't think we take into account what we do and how that affects your profile.
Right.
And that's what I was gonna mention, that when the revisor puts his paper on the back end of the bill proposal, that doesn't mention anything except impact on the Kansas state budget. It doesn't say this is gonna cost every village in the land, $2 million.
Right, and it doesn't probably take into consideration that through sales tax, the state takes 6.5% or somewhere in that neighborhood. And I know each county, each city is a little bit different, but actually, what are we getting? What are we able to do with that? What are the other 104 counties able to do with that, and what impact does that have on that total equation as well?
85% of the counties are very small. And if you look at their dilemma, which is, I only have a 2-legged stool. So if you're gonna do this on a per capita basis, it doesn't help it. I mean, $200 to a little town in western Kansas doesn't make any difference. I can't pay the street bill. So there's a fundamental reevaluation that needs to take place. It's going to be very, very hard. And if you try to group these things, I mean, this way it has to be strategically done. If you try to group it, you're going to have every proponent that now is an opponent. So you got to pick your fights. And maybe the sunset or something, or qualified reduction over X number of years will be the only way to get it back. But the times you're in dictate the kind of ordinances or legislation you're gonna have. So you're clearly not 10 years ago.
I think sorry, Sydney, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking we could concentrate on the impact on counties, even building on the COVID thing, because the small counties that have had issues there that they never expected, that might have been, that I don't know how it's affected them, but we could know. And I think we wouldn't package these, but maybe do a county stimulus kind of thing for a couple of years for the sunset. But something to help counties that have been affected by previous legislation, period, without naming things and getting numbers specific to them.
I think one of the challenges here, and one of the reasons why this spreadsheet is so enlightening, and when you think about the services that counties are required to provide per state statute, that's what we're talking about. I don't, off the top of my head, I cannot think of one service that has been repealed from the state on counties that they have to provide.
Right.
At the same time, the state is taking away revenue sources. So it's a philosophical conversation that the legislature has every year when they're talking about their own budget. What's the appropriate level of services? And I think, and Commissioner Ford, when we were having a side conversation earlier on, if this is what you want to do as a legislature in tax policy, I think the philosophical conversation that needs to be thought about and talked about at the same time is what's the appropriate level of services we want counties to provide. And I think that,
Ask the counties to do it.
and I think that gets lost in the conversation. It's a difficult conversation, but I think it's an important one to have moving forward as those decisions are made.
I just think sometimes just simple dialogue, communication like we're having this afternoon, at least starts the process, and then it doesn't become so much difficult because we're all on the same page when we're both doing budgets, because we're both basically doing the same budgeting process at the same time. So, this does give you an idea, and I don't know how many other counties do something similar or keep track of this. I think it'd be enlightening to see that from maybe, as you were mentioning, the smaller counties, because, you know, really, they don't have all these other revenue sources and this, and there's differences between counties too. I think one of the major surprises of the last couple of years that I find with people when I tell them that 45% of the property in Riley County is untaxable. It's a state, it's a federal, it's a school district, it's a local entity, and they're just absolutely stunned by that. Some of the biggest things, and I'm not saying that and you tax it fully or tax it to death, but as we mentioned earlier, 55% of the property in Raleigh County is of rental status. It does affect everybody across broad lines. So I think we all have at least some goal of trying to make Kansas viable, and that starts in Topeka, that starts in counties, it starts with the cities, it really starts with everybody. And some of these things show that we've got a lot of work, we've got a lot of things that we've got to do to shore up some things to make that reasonable and possible.
Well, one thing that I will start doing now is that I will have the research department. I will ask them what effect this data have on municipalities and county governments, and they can get that information and have that in front of us. Because things happen so quickly down there, but we need it up front. We'll start asking for that. What is that going to affect on that? So that's important. The second thing is that I demand a sunset on every bill. Has to be, because things change. I try never to vote for a bill that doesn't have a sunset.
Yeah. I think in particular, talking about tax and appropriations and finance, that's critical important.
To Representative Dodson and Representative Highland's point, with respect to the cost that a piece of legislation might have on a city or a county, I do know that the budget office will make a request to the League of Municipalities and the Kansas Association of Counties for a fiscal impact that goes into the fiscal note. Frequently, the turnaround time on those is minimal or nil, especially if we're holding hearings on bills that are in a draft or an RS format, is what we call it in the State House, when we have a piece of legislation to look at. So I appreciate Representative Highland's comment because sometimes I think there can be such an overwhelming number of fiscal impact requests to those quasi-governmental agencies, because that's how the League and the KAC are treated, and depending on their staffing levels, their ability to get that turned around and put back into the budget office for Adam Profit to put that in his memo is part of that bill packet. So I think that speaks directly to what Mike was saying. But Ron's follow-up request, I think, will also.
But another hit on the resources is some of our other state associations, like a clerks association, a treasurers association, you have an association too. I mean, they deal with the impact of those numbers consistently on a daily basis. So sometimes even a state association with municipal associations, they can probably turn that around quicker than either one of those combined.
And that may be a conversation that needs to be held with KAC and then the various branches of their.
But it has to start earlier than that. It has to start when the bill's being discussed. Because they don't ask for that unless that bill has a chance to be passed.
But until they can see the language of the bill,
Exactly.
they can't put a price tag on it. Because individual words or categories can matter.
I know, but when the RS number's on, or when we see the bill, that's when we could say to the research, get us the
Find
information.
out the impact.
Which would be, because it could be a month, 2 months later, and then they go ask for that official one for the budget department.
And some of your colleagues probably don't want to know that number.
I know that, but we have to.
I understand.
I remember when we did the mortgage fee, we were told, the Democratic caucus, because I don't know if everybody saw the same thing, I know I saw it. We were told that it was how much it was gonna cost our counties. And we were seeing a number of 2 million a year, which we still are not at that number. But that was what we were projected. That was on that basis, I voted against it because I thought that's just too much of a hit. But I think, not all of us see the same information. It's there, it's available, but it has to be asked for. And the research department does a great job of putting together that information. We just have to ask for it and you have to interpret it.
Can I ask for a point of clarification? When you said 2 million, are you talking 2 million statewide?
No, Riley County,
Okay.
Riley County was projected to lose 2 million a year.
Okay.
And that was, Tom, I don't believe you were in office at the time, and I know you weren't, and you weren't.
We've not done any bad things since I got.
I know.
We also noticed they're sitting with their backs towards the camera. So point of emphasis there.
Well, it is, and it's also, that was the machine equipment tax. And I'm not, the mortgage tax, I don't know about, but the machine equipment tax was in the governor's budget. So we had the whole year to know about that one. But some of these things come out of committee late in the year or show up on the floor.
2014.
Yeah.
So we were there.
Yeah, we were there for that one. I'm talking,
And at least from my perspective,
I'm
on that
talking
one, it would have
about
been,
I'm talking about the machine equipment tax.
Yeah, I was there.
No, that's the one that was.
I'm too young for that.
That was 2006.
I was there.
Okay. Well, that's when it went into effect, but I think it was passed. Probably would have been passed in 5. And you would,
I mean, I wasn't here yet.
yeah, you would, but it's still in.
Guilty. Well, sometimes it's also processes. I mean, when you can, gut and go and attach something like this to something else and it doesn't just get a chance to get its proper due and openness and transparency. This is the cause and then the effects and the consequences of some said action. I think for some of us that gets frustrating. We kind of cringe as we get to the end of the legislative cycle. It's not anything one individual's doing specifically, but it's those processes and nobody gets a chance to really put their own skin in the game, whether they're for something, whether they're against something. And this is the consequence of that after
It's all piled up.
It's
It's all
done.
there. It's all stacked up by the time you see it.
And it's done, and then we're waiting for the dust to clear to see just how bad it actually is.
That's true. We see it one at a time and they see it all.
Well, the conference committee reports can combine up to 5 bills. Should be no more than that. I don't think that's always the case either. And there can be some changes that would have an effect on the finances of counties and cities. That it's too late to get it into a fiscal note. The only fiscal note we may have is on the original RS bill.
Or, the big example was the now defunct tax lid bill, was another example of something that happened strategically in a manner it probably shouldn't have. Needed some more openness and transparency. It got done, and there was fiscal impacts of that I think to date we're still feeling, even though there's some changes going on.
All of that done to keep us.
Can I ask a question about assessing what we're talking about? What is the generally housing? Has it gone up or down, assessed valuation?
Well,
This year?
well, right now, we had a report this morning on residential properties. And that famous, those parameters that they have to stay within to meet state standards, we're right at 90% of what it needs to be according to the market. And that's a new low for us, because if you slip below 90%, you're in violation of the state standard. And traditionally, as Greg McHenry reported this morning, normally we're 97%. And we don't ever try and get above that, because if you start dropping, you get to a point where you're violating those state standards, you can end up with your appraisal office taken over by the state until those parameters are met. I hope that answers your question. He happened to talk about it this morning.
Some areas it has actually declined.
Yeah, and we struggle in Riley County. It's probably pretty unique to us. We're one of those counties because we've had such solid growth over the past few years. We still struggle to keep up with commercial values. It's just tough to do because there has been so much growth.
We've had an average of 2.5% increase for several years, with exception of last year. That was still 1.9%.
Yeah.
And Park County, the same problem, man, my county, the opposite problem.
It pulls about probably an average for the city of it's about $550,000 just on the increase. That's, one of the budgeting things is, can we just live with that increase without raising the mill rate? We just do it on the value added. You get $550,000. The story is that just to pay personnel costs, which are 78 to 80% of the budget, exceeds that. So that's why the mill rate, and that's why these are so important. Because the mill rate is, you just can't stop it when you want to do your services.
Exactly, because that's what drives what the budget will be, not the value.
There's not a balance in that equation. I mean, you gotta either be all in on one or all in on the other. You can't really balance that out strategically very well. Maybe over a course of 1 or 2 years, but if you're looking at it longer term, there just isn't.
And again, that's why I want to make it clear, we're not offering this specifically to get any of these items that have been identified repealed or sunsetted now, whatever. There's a driver, of course, if possible, to get LAVTR or some form of LAVTR restarted if possible to solve what some of these other problems are. But no one really expects the mortgage registration fee to suddenly come back into vogue. Those that opposed it last time are still going to be opposing it as forcefully as they can. But the point of this is to show the danger of those unintended consequences. And it really is, as the chairman said, it's really for the most, I would submit the benefit of this is primarily for going forward, to be able to remember what happened as a result, as Senator Hawk said, of the latest great idea, and start really evaluating on a dollar basis. If you're undermining the revenue source of counties, you're harming your constituents. And for example, the great motivation behind, which I accept Sydney's description of it, for the removal of commercial industrial machinery equipment, fine, it's a great motivation. But it also caused a tax shift, because most of the businesses in Riley County lease their space. They don't own the land or the building. And so what does that cause? Well, the owner of the building, that's the one who's going to pick up the lost revenue. And so what you're doing is you're spreading that liability across fewer people, fewer entities paying the tax. The owners of that commercial property, they're going to pay it. So again, not to say there are easy answers here, but it's designed to give you as legislators real dollar figures to show real impact from some things that sounded good at the outset. And I appreciate the discussion about asking for dollar impacts to counties. As Dick pointed out, I don't know how many times I've seen a 11th hour call for what's the impact from KAC. And it's just because the bill's gotten to the point you described. Okay, now somebody wants the real revenue impact. There's no time to get it. There just isn't. And counties try, and cities try. They try to get that information in, but because they have every motivation to do so. And I don't know what the answer is there. But anyway, I wanted you to know what the real purpose of this document is. We hope you'll use it. We hope you'll use it. We hope you'll ask questions about it during the session, or to ask for updates or whatever, because we're continuing to compile this information. And the staff here can be useful to you in terms of your evaluation of future great ideas. And I don't mean that there are some of them that are going to be great that come out there in the legislature. But there are going to be those like these that do have unintended consequences that undermine the revenue sources for counties so that they can provide those services that you've all talked about. I want to jump forward onto the dark store item. I know we're behind on the agenda, but I want to at least touch on the items we've also got. And I'm well aware that members of the delegation are familiar with Riley County's position on dark store. Senate Bill 222 is what's been in the session for several years now. And what it does, you see on the first page there in the italicized portion, that's the new language. This is the only substantive change that Riley County has been asking for in this definition of fair market value. And that is to say that a hypothetical lease fee shall not be included in the determination of fair market value of any property. Why is that there? Because our experience has been in the real world of defending values when it's appropriate to defend them on big box retail establishments. What our attorney and our appraiser have found is that there is a hypothetical lease fee used in the calculation of the value that the taxpayer wants when they're using the dark store theory. And all the dark store theory means is bad comparables. That's all anybody needs to know about. That's what it's talking about. Using a supposed comparable value to value one thriving, existing big box retailer by looking at a different property that is dark, potentially vacant, or certainly in a worse location, not in the area, not in a high traffic area. Those are the kind of comparables that are used before the Board of Tax Appeals routinely. They're the kind of comparable properties that aren't comparable. And that's how you end up with dramatic reductions in value before the Board of Tax Appeals. The concept here is if we clarify the existing of fair market value, as Senate Bill 222 does, then it won't be up to the Board of Tax Appeals to decide. In order to follow the law, it will be if they're faced with an appraisal from a big box retailer's representative who's trying to get a 40 to 50% reduction in their value without establishing that that's appropriate under existing appraisal standards, the Board of Tax Appeals, to follow the law, will have to say that appraisal is no good. Doesn't mean the county automatically wins, but we shouldn't be, our theory is we shouldn't be fighting upstream from a position of having to argue against valuations that are proposed by taxpayers that violate established appraisal principles and quite frankly, violate common sense. You don't need to have gone through appraisal courses to understand that if you're trying to establish the value of a property, you don't compare it to something it's not like at all. And that's all this is about. I'd be glad to answer any questions about that. The only other addition we have, I will show you, is near the end of the statute in subsection K. We did plug in some years ago at the Kansas Association of Counties annual meeting, a line that says fair market value pursuant to this section does not apply to land devoted to agricultural use. That was simply to make it clear to those with agricultural property, this change that we're offering has nothing to do with ag value. Yes, Senator.
Well, I assume the ag lobby is, I don't know if they're for this, but they're not against it.
Well, we don't have a lot of neutrals on this. In terms of, we haven't had a hearing yet on it, but time and again, when the primary opponent to this would be the state chamber.
Yes.
Although they tell us when our representatives talk to them, they're all in favor of
Yeah,
this.
me too.
They said both, because I followed that up. They said, no, we're not. I've heard both things from, but does KAC have this as a position?
Yes, they do. They've supported it for several terms now.
And I was just gonna say, we have our Home Depot case that we lost.
Yep.
BOTA.
Lost at BOTA, and we lost on a petition for reconsider to ask BOTA to change their minds.
Are we gonna take it to Can we take it to,
We can. We're going to discuss that at the staff level and come back with a recommendation to our board, because part of the problem on the dark store cases, we've had some appellate results that may be a function of the fact there were cases that shouldn't have been appealed. The problem, it's a variation of seeking an amendment to legislation and coming back with something you didn't expect that you were promoting, and you get it changed in a way you don't like. You can get a result on appeal on a court case that is far worse than where you were when you started.
and then has BOCC ruled against Johnson County cases?
We've had several, yes. We have several counties that have had losses, Sedgwick County, Johnson County, Wyandotte, and we joined the club just a few weeks ago in our first big loss on a dark store case.
So one of our problems is we have a lot of legislators that are not tuned into what this means, and then they don't think it's gonna affect their county anyway.
Right.
So what are we gonna, in other words, we can carry the ball on this, but I don't think it's gonna go very far if we don't get other counties to recognize that this is a threat to tax equity and to their residents and their commercial properties.
Well, it's also a threat to anybody that has a,
That's the same issue on the ag side. It hasn't. It's been pretty much big box, commercial type industry that's been fighting this, and until it actually hits the ag market, nobody's really concerned about it. My fear is, and this is probably outside of discussion here for Riley County, when that happens, it's gonna have a detrimental effect throughout Kansas at that point in time. When you're, I'll probably start with like a dollar store, a Casey store in, I don't know, Meade County or Thomas County or something like that. And then, it balloons from there where your farmer co-ops start using that, or John Deere store, or farm implement store. And here, loss of a couple $100,000 in the greater scheme of things is worse, but there when you lose a farm implement store, that might be 80% of your total revenue for one single county. That's what we need to try to avoid here, and that's what you guys, I think, at the legislative level really need to try to avoid, because that becomes detrimental for everybody directly or indirectly.
Well, the other problem is slightly philosophical. Nobody likes taxes, but most people feel like that it's universally fair that we all hate taxes.
And then I think,
and it's done fairly. I don't like it, but when I see my neighbor who is paying a lot less tax than I am, and I know that's clearly not fair, then all of a sudden, there's a taxpayer revolt about all taxes and our key institutions like counties and cities and school districts, I believe, will suffer because there'll be a lot of taxpayers that are really upset about how unfair it is at that big box store, that little store.
That's also
It's their fair share.
There's two general arguments with this too. It's, is it fair for the big box store to get away with that separately? And some people think, well, it's a win for everybody because, taxes obviously have to go down. But in the case of our Home Depot case, that's not from this year. That's from 2019. That's a budget that was already drafted, it was already developed, it was already discussed, it was already passed, it was already spent, it was already audited. I mean, it's done and over. Those dollars are coming out of the current budget that's already been budgeted. I think a lot of people don't take that into consideration. We can sit here and debate the idea that property tax is too high in Kansas. I think probably the majority, if not all of us, are going to say, yeah, that's the case. But one or in this case, I think we have 26 different cases.
We do.
3 different years, and that's believed from 14 September, just so everybody's aware. One entity getting that doesn't divide that out for everybody else. It actually makes it worse for those that have a small business and or other personal property, including homes. So actually, you're not decreasing the value of property tax overall. To me, that's a separate argument that needs to be discussed and had. We're just making it harder and harder for the little guy to operate.
You have here, a really tough road because Riley and counties like Riley and are smaller than Riley have a different view of what that tax does. If you're in Johnson County or Sedgwick County, you don't really care as a county because guess what? You want more and more businesses to come into the county. So the reduction of tax is a good thing for the economic outlook for all of those businesses. So that's what makes this so hard.
That's why we have trouble getting equity there.
Yeah, but the basic thing, basic words that are on the top of this should be what we're all striving for, whether or not that results in the economic environment remaining the same in Sedgwick as it is in Riley, I don't know. But once you get that in there, it makes it harder for people to argue about my store being the same as the store on the other side of town. We did do an exception, remember on the rural thing, the guy brought it, it was in the house. And he had unique properties in a rural setting that had to be individually appraised and couldn't be tagged to a similar property. So that one was passed. I don't remember what the go number was, but it kind of gets to this problem of comparability. You know, if I'm in a small county with one of a kind, and even here, you know, what would happen with Walmart? What does it compare to? We only have one. Here in Johnson County, we might have 5. So
I think also the issue there is when it spreads like, to use the Kansas term, wildfire. What happens when it shifts away from this commercial and it gets into, let's say, residential? I mean, I guess the theory I've been using is to live in a neighborhood. My house is the same as my neighbors. Exact square footage, exact layout, maybe the colors different, maybe different garage doors or something, but overall the space itself is the same. They have a family of 4. It's just me. We have 4 rooms in the house. I can claim dark store that I'm not technically using 3 or 4 of those rooms. They are, but you shouldn't tax me for it because I'm not using it. You're using hypothetics and theory to try to base appraisal. At some point in time, everything's going to be on the table. Where is that going to leave us? I'm, once again, not to bring up age, but I'm too young to remember the Kansas, reappraisal scenario of the late 80s, and I'm told we don't want to go through that again. But if we continue down this path, I think that's what's going to obviously have to happen at some point in time. Local units of government need to be able to know how to assess and evaluate property so that we can do what we need to do and the state can do what it needs to do. If we don't have that balance in the equation, what are we going to do long term?
that's one of the things that Eric will tell you. When I talked to him, I'm sure John probably talked to him after I did, but he is for this general idea. On the other side, he wants to make sure that all the appraisers are properly qualified to make these judgments. I don't know if his assumption is that there's one case in Johnson County that I'm being lined on, where the appraisal of the property nearly doubled in 1 year. Wasn't a great case to base anything on because it had fundamental weaknesses. And that may be where, by and large, she's getting some of the other side of this equation.
I think that was like the 3rd or 4th kind of dark store case in Kansas. I think that's some element.
Keep track.
And then
By and
on
large,
the
nobody knows.
one of the things we used to talk with Greg about was the composition of the board. Is that still, we had one changeover, right? in 2004?
Right now, you've got the executive director is sitting in pro tem as the 3rd member of the board. You have 2 new members.
We need your, what is it, licensed appraiser?
It's the appraiser position that statute requires to be put in.
So you have your CPA, you have your attorney, and the rest is the one that you need to get filled, and the executive director that fill in that.
And the frustration from the appraisal side is that they had a candidate perfectly acceptable that couldn't get on the board twice.
It was a judiciary process through the judiciary as well.
One of the other things that the people pushing for these lower valuations, they drag them out. Because the way the state is right now, they get 8% interest. So like I said, we just finished one now, which costs a bunch, but it's 8% a year, if this was a 2019 case. So we have to pay 8% per year penalty. I mean, they call it interest, it's a penalty basically. But people bringing these suits are dragging them out intentionally. That, 8% a year is pretty good income. So they're slowing them the process through VODA intentionally to try to add more to it.
Well,
I'd like to invest in it.
Yeah.
we haven't had confirmation of the new appointees yet, or is that early?
No.
2 of them are in, but that 3rd one, they said. they tried to
They
get
had
it
two
through.
candidates.
The Senate turned them
Now
down.
they had one
Instead of
fifth
just doing
twice.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
So again, they're
Do
blocking,
you wanna just-
the,
you can wrap it up.
that group is blocking a lot of things by doing
Did
this.
Farm Bureau weigh in on this?
That's intentional.
I don't know that they did. I don't think so. It's never gotten far enough. for us to hear about
It's
it.
never really affected
It's
them
that,
on the
They
ag
just
side.
didn't want this to
Once
go
it
forward.
does,
Well, when I see this sentence in there, that
I'm not sure.
to me looks like Farm Bureau was
So
involved.
whoever
It was actually a commission.
Somebody-
Far Western Kansas, they're on these.
Yes, I think they did. They were that guy
Because we think we can do something.
made a comment.
This affects us, and so we put it as basically a compromise, because we're finding, we never intended that.
Yeah, I'll try to change the evaluation of bank plan against that. They jumped on me.
Except that guy,
Any property tax law is a good choice.
Yeah.
Because they're afraid of the city.
Sure, and we, that's why we plug this in, not because we think it's necessary. Okay.
I know, John, that you're running up against the clock, but I think when we talk about getting the fiscal notes and the impacts, the local units of government, when the legislature is looking at different pieces of legislation, we won't have time to go through the conversation that I didn't tell you that I was gonna bring up, because I hadn't really thought it through yet, but Rich has a huge component with Senate Bill 13 that we did a practice run, which for all practical purposes was a real run this year, which has an impact on what all of that property tax conversation looks like. And so if we continue to look at that revenue neutral component of property tax, or when counties set their budgets and they get all the input from all their partners that have some type of levying authority, that again has an impact on that bottom line. What happens when we go and start talking about what property tax looks like, whether it's dark store theory or whatever comes up in the legislative process, because we've heard from the governor that she's interested in property tax. We know that the Senate Tax Committee is interested in property tax. Yet we still have a component that we're just now putting into place with Senate Bill 13, and I think everybody had a pretty good run with it. It probably might not have been what they wanted to do. But again, that impacts that bottom line, and we're not looking at that component when we're looking at this next bill coming through that's going to change the way we talk about property taxes. So that's all I want to
There's
say.
still one other component of SB 13 that still has to work itself through, and that's the actual notices.
Which we didn't send out this year, the pre-notices in July or January.
So we'll have to do that this year, and you know, that includes some of your, you know, special districts, cemetery boards, maybe townships in some cases.
Library district.
Yeah, so we're not for sure how all that's going to work out. That's probably the other part of that, but you know, that is what it is.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
I was looking at this and I don't know if they have this to my version of this.
2:15, we're really running out of time.
If I didn't hear about that bill today. I didn't think it must have to my house bill. But.
I think the bill's mirror.
Nobody heard it.
Right.
But, does this open us up to, amendments to ag land by having the word agriculture in there?
Well, anytime you open the statute, it's fair game for anybody.
So, okay, this didn't change that.
No, and I've met with, I know that the Farm Bureau's had the opportunity to review the bill. I don't know what their position is on it. But we've also had conversations with them again about what does this conversation look like as we move forward. And so you heard a little bit of explanation about the Dollar General, the meat packers, whatever, that are in various areas of rural Kansas. They have an understanding of what that looks like.
Well, I hope you'll give me advice in those conversations that I'd like to join you to hear from the ag industry, because it's going to. The day before it comes up.
I'm gonna have to wrap this up pretty quick. We've got some executive sessions for department evaluations to the team, but need to point out just one quick thing. We need to point out to the ag market that, once this takes off there, you know, farmers, ranchers, everybody in those areas are gonna lose too. And also pay bills. I do want to take a moment and say thank you once again for everybody being here. Really appreciated the dialogue and conversation. I don't know, maybe this is something that maybe right after session, maybe early in spring, maybe we need to have another one of these potentially and discuss the things that are happening and make it maybe biannually. That's something that we discussed. That's something you guys are willing to do. We can certainly set that up. Everybody's tired after doing things, particularly on the application.
Well, but it's fresh on our minds too, and right now we're going into a session where we don't know what's gonna come, you know?
And you got redistricting, which is a whole nother challenge on top of that. So, I wish you the best of luck in January when that time
I'm
comes.
sorry, I was just gonna say, you could also maybe even do something mid-session by Zoom.
I think these dialogues need to take place more than just once a year.
Get Zoom mid-session so we can tell you what we think's coming, you have to tell us.
Yeah.
It's a bad idea.
If you could tell us what some idea has legs, and then we need to start putting together that financial impact.
So I'm gonna leave that one to you, Clancy.
Sure. I'm not as young as you, John, but I think I can handle it.
Nice. And on that note, we're gonna end.
Thank you, everyone.
I don't currently. I thought
Tom was carrying this.
He said, you know, since when he introduced her, I didn't mention, so it's not.
I can't carry it.
Because we need to get to the like is, and I think we talked about that one. It's drafted off. Each county has
Somebody's.
You send me some lunch?
There's plenty upstairs. Plenty.
Hang in there.
We're just being a bad influence on this.
I'm sorry. There's nothing you can do about that.
There's no such thing as cookie breast.
You know.
Do you have an executive section sheet?
Which day?
I knew we weren't gonna have time.
It's just the one on non-elected personnel, John, to include Elizabeth and.
You just, one for that purpose. And that's-
Clancy just send me over the word, send you. I mean.
Do you have shit I get? Say it.
I really say I would have said. And I'll bring you the other.
I guess I'm not as congruent on it. I'm not doing it 3 times.
Well, I may be wrong.
That's why I want you to say it.
Clancy, I've got it here in the packet. You want me to read it?
Yeah, that would be terrific. That would be terrific. Sorry, I thought I was gonna have time to get away.
I knew we weren't gonna have time. I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. Yes, we need to follow up. Yeah, okay.
I'm thinking mid-session.
John, you think it's okay if we just do that way?
Yeah.
A little less.
Okay.
Wait a few minutes.
Well,
4 days.
no, actually, we've got scheduled at 2:15.
You know, this is the only county. This year.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, when are you leaving?
It's a horrible time to travel, and I was just reading this. It's just the only time that he could, he's on this, they're doing an exercise in Germany, and that's the only possible time that he can
that he could beat us, and that's the whole point, so he can spend time with the kids. It's,
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
it's gonna be tough, but that'll be okay. It'll be worth it. He's having a really good time.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Cindy.
And they did a good job.
I think we'll probably see you tonight at this, mayor's thing.
All these things, the Biden administration talks about.
Yes. It is.
Or you might see me up here a few times.
You need to come up again. There's that.
It didn't sound like this, there was even specific to certain.
For me, we started.
It's all for that Omicron.
We tried to kind of do that 2 years ago, but it was still kind of getting your feet wet.
I mean, it was things like, we gotta do the test, regardless of vaccination status.
Well, she was like me, she was just going
Super hard.
COVID hit.
Because if you think about it, our
I
first
think
flight.
this year.
Our next flight is at 9 p.m. So that's basically morning
Yeah.
that you're flying. And I have some people who I help do some things internationally. You know how much a test costs in the airport? $100.
Get all those things back.
You can't do that any years.
Because they can. Same thing like why you can buy a bottle of Tylenol for $3, or in hospital you pay $3 for a Tylenol.
Well, you're lucky to get it for $3,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's more time. It'll be worth it. We really have. We have certain things planned, but we really have very few. It's mostly just like time. And then, like on Christmas, I'm just taking non-perishable snacks like popcorn and this, movies, and then I've got like little small potatoes and hot sauce and stuff.
All right, take care.
Yeah.
You see Ryan over Christmas, tell him I said hi.
I will see
Okay, sounds good.
40 and then 9.
Well, actually, overnight, arrive in Munich, and then we'll take another jumper.
We're gonna be running late. This is how it is.
We go on.
Yeah, I was kind of worried
They do.
scheduling all these after this. I knew it was gonna run
And the
late.
last
so
time I
it's
went to
what it
Spain,
is.
didn't sleep at all.
Like if anything, you go to 220 and 250, push it back with 5 minutes.
Figure as much accomplished as we were going to anyway.
Like I said, the overview, just explain to them what all these things.
The numbers are important in that.
Might actually.
We're not that same sense, makes sense long
Yeah.
term. I don't know.
That was,
And probably,
he's
I mean,
traveling a
since we're
lot.
just gonna start a couple minutes late, we should probably stick with the times we have on the agenda, since it's a published agenda.
Well, we're already behind.
Yeah, I know,
Okay.
but I mean for the next ones.
Okay.
So what was your direction? I'm sorry, to just not get behind, to keep.
They said you need a cookie.
They did not.
Well, we're already,
Yeah, Elizabeth.
there was no way we were gonna end that on
Right.
time. I'm sorry. It's just-
But is he saying we should end this one on time?
Yes.
I'm trying to be nice and get.
No, I
Because
do
I'm
not.
gonna be honest with you. I'm not wanting to do this one
I know,
at this
I know,
point in
I
time.
know.
We had that
We already talked about
conversation.
it, yeah.
So it should be pretty.
It's gonna be.
Yeah.
That's why they don't want to.
The last 2 weeks, things have just gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We never thought it'd go downhill.
What a way to start. What a way.
Well,
to
when you get your opportunity, you know, go full.
That's actually not any of the conversations that we had prior to today, so.
Well, when we can, Elizabeth's not around, I'll tell you, she should be in serious trouble.
Yeah, but hey, Barry announced in public, on recording, that I should get a raise on Tuesday. I think that was, or Monday, that was just this week, so.
There goes the
Yeah.
credibility of the county attorney.
She's already downloaded that.
Don't worry, by Thursday, he'll change it. He'll change it. So,
She's
yeah,
got
right.
multiple
I've sent it out to all my.
She's got multiple copies of it.
Clancy's got to post it all over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Start my giving raises straight time.
I'm like, hey, I mean, if you want it.
Waiting for a couple people taking a restroom break.
There she is.
Huh?
He will once.
Yeah, they-
Yeah. Is there anybody else? in the room?
Tyler and I have to go out.
Yeah.
I guess it was just you and Sydney, so.
Oh, someone
So
did.
it's just-
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, no, just me.
That's my private room, you know.
The women's restroom, yeah.
I thought you already had one. I didn't.
Well, I do, but you know, see if I can't get in there, I can go in there. We might be a little punchy, you know, after all this.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
As he hadn't noticed.
Listen, yeah, and everything, yeah, it's like.
Okay, sounds good. Gonna go ahead and read the motion.
Okay, commissioners, I need a motion for the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, Commissioner Foot, to recess into executive session on the performance matter involving non-elected personnel as an exemption to the Kansas Open Meetings Act to protect the privacy of the employee. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will also be present. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chambers at 2:45 p.m.
Second.
Which one of you makes
I make
it?
the move. Oh, okay. I'm used to, he always.
So moved. So moved.
I would say just consider me rich right now, but I don't really want you to do that.
2 seconds.
He seconded.
You moving?
I'll make the actual motion. That's fine.
Okay. Need a vote, please.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The Board of County Commission come.
Okay.
You bet.
You get-
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move that the Board of County Commission come out of executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'll also move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, here we go again. I'll move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, and Commissioner Foki recess into executive session on the purpose of discussing the performance matter of non-elected personnel and accepting to the Kansas Open Meetings Act and to protect the privacy of the employee. The open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 3:15 PM. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will be present for factual information.
Second.
And it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye. for a friend of mine through, on an
Your
airplane
life.
last.
Okay.
Security caught me.
It might be worth it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I'll go ahead and move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll also go ahead and move that the record reflect no binding action was taken during the executive session.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, it was so funny. I went through security and they did this thing, like, what is this? You can't.
Pecan pie, you want a piece?
They said they just gotta shake their heads. So go ahead, go on.
They also had a bourbon pecan pie.
Ooh.
My girlfriend makes a really mean pecan pie cheesecake. Oh, it's delicious.
Okay, where are we good?
Is that cookie still on your desk? I'm hungry now.
I believe it might be.
Yeah, is it chocolate chip?
I don't know.
It's a sugar cookie.
Did you actually put it on her desk? That'd be funny.
I wouldn't do anything like that.
No, of course not.
You wouldn't because the door's locked.
Okay, where are we?
Are we waiting on Russell?
Yes.
Good, I'll go grab mine.
Okay, I gotta find him here. There he is. I know I got this. All right.
Do your private office, okay? He's on his way. No, he had a.
Good if you like your evaluation.
Well, he did have a conference call that it was pretty timely.
Strike two.
Yeah.
What was the first one? I missed that.
No worries. Here. Wait a minute. I haven't actually made the other motion yet.
Want to go back in?
Which one?
No, I didn't
Go back in.
Yeah, well.
I mean, we can- are we
Oh,
gonna-
here he is.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Been live the whole
I'll
time.
go ahead and move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Commissioner McKinley, and Commissioner Foki, recess into executive session on the purpose of discussion a performance matter of non-elected personnel, an exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, and to protect the privacy of the employee, the open meeting to resume in the county commission chamber at 3:45 PM. Elizabeth Ward, Human Resource Manager, will be present to offer actual information.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
You're live.
Okay, I move that the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I'll second.
To move and second on the motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'll also move that the record reflect no biting action was taken during the executive session.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Yep.
Okay, glad to have you on board still.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
So Elizabeth, you want us to keep these books, then you get them later?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly take what you've done now, but you'll have several more to do. in the
Yeah,
future, So,
kind of go through it later.
yeah.
I just got the book on Tuesday. I just did the ones today, so I'll
Yeah.
probably finish them over the
Well,
weekend.
that makes sense to me. And then, you know, I already mentioned, but we'll compile all of your comments into one that goes in their file and they get a copy of
I
it.
hope you can read it.
We did okay last year. We'll do-
Okay.
They have translators.
Yeah.
Well, the way I wrote a couple of those, you may need one, so I'll just, eat your cookies.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Yeah, I guess we'll see you again on Monday. No, not this Monday.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's Thursday.
Right, for the evals, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure I'll see you on Monday, just all the
Okay.
time, right?
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, no K-State game, but do we want to play the Big 12 championship game for big money?
Ooh, it's gonna be a damn good game.
Could be.
They're pretty evenly balanced. They're pretty
I
good.
wish they both had their starter. I don't know if they're both gonna have their starting quarterback.
Well,
Is Baylor
this
gonna get
this
theirs
backup for Baylor isn't bad.
Yeah, we made him look real good.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, who's playing in the championship?
Baylor and Oklahoma State.
Oh,
They're both pretty even.
yeah.
I would probably say at this point in time, I'd probably give Oklahoma State the edge because they got more at stake. If they win and Alabama or somebody loses, they may be in.
Everyone's given Oklahoma State the edge.
Yeah. Got some points to be scored in that too. I'll go 31-29 Oklahoma State.
Greg?
Championship game,
Yeah.
all bets are off.
I'll say 21-17, but I'm gonna put Baylor.
Catherine?
All right, so Baylor, 27-24.
I already went with Baylor at 24-21.
Oh,
So
I have a chance
okay.
to pick up some ground here.
I'll give Clancy a call and see what he wants to do. So
So is that too close or is that? Okay. We could tie maybe.
yeah, Clancy's ahead at 2.5. Catherine's second at 2. I've got 1.5, and then Greg and John are tied at 1.
Well, I got one.
Mhm.
You do that.
How do you get a house?
Clancy's tied on the point spread.
Tied,
Remember
tied.
on that one
Okay.
on West Virginia, we're both 10 off.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else, do I? Oh, I did want to mention one thing. I came back into town on Tuesday. I discussed with Rich that and Cindy will reach out to everybody on this, but we really need to get our outside agencies back on giving us updates. There's several of them that in 3 years I haven't heard from yet, ever. So I feel like, and we've had this discussion before, but I do feel like that if we're providing public funds, they need to provide a public update. We make it easy. It's once a quarter, 5-10 minutes. You can do it in person. You can do it via Zoom. There's no excuse for not doing it. And as we develop our budgets next year, if those agencies are willing to do that, I'm not going to be willing to fund them whoever they are. So
She's already getting them scheduled.
yeah, and that's fine. So I just wanted to bring that up. That was a discussion that I brought up because I was thinking about that.
And just so you know, like downtown when Gina does it just at the press conference, we just count that kind of.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Other than that, it's been a long day. I don't have anything else.
It's been long. No other business commissioners.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Been moved and seconded on adjournment of the December 2nd, 2021 BOCC meeting.